We'd like to welcome everyone tonight to our Bountiful City Council meeting here on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. And we will begin with Lisa Fifield leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
In honor of one nation under God, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And Lisa Fifield has organized a First Amendment speech contest, and we are so thrilled tonight to hear from some of those speech contest participants. And so we would like to turn the time over to Ari Walker. Thank you so much for being here tonight. If you'll come and give your speech, we would love to hear it. Thank you.
A few months ago, my mom attended the Charlie Kirk rally where he was politically assassinated in public. She felt it was important to attend, believing freedom of speech should be open to everyone, and supported him for defending our own opinions. Charlie was a major advocate of our freedom of speech until the moment he died. Prior to and after the assassination, some people justified the shooting by saying his words were violent and deserved violence in return. My mom was there. She witnessed actual violence that afternoon due to present-day communistic beliefs in an attempt to quiet our voices. Actual words are not violent. Taking away our words is accomplished with violence, and once our voices are quieted, it takes a great deal of effort to get them back. The current state that America is in, many people are pushing towards a communist agenda, saying freedom of speech has opened up doors of violent corruption and has created a dangerous atmosphere. A lot of these voices are coming from other countries, hoping to see the downfall of ours by causing chaos and fear. They're claiming these words of opinion equal physical violence to go against the right that has been given to every American. There's a real reason why freedom of speech is in the First Amendment, and that is because it should come before all else. How can we defend the following amendments if we fear speaking up? And if we let go of our freedom of speech, every right will start going down with it. And we might end up like the Ceausescu regime in Romania and its millions of victims. One of the victims of this regime was Doina Corna. Doina was a human rights activist who sent numerous letters actively protesting against Nicolae Ceausescu, even though she knew it might lead to regarding her own life. Similar to Charlie Kirk, her voice is suppressed. She and her son were quickly arrested after sending letters supporting the downfall of the communist regime and going against Nicolae until the Ceausescu downfall in December 1989. I'd rather use my voice now in a country that not only supports free speech, but actively encourages me to use my voice. I will not let people like Doina spend years in jail for nothing. I am grateful to live in America where I know rights I have and always will. I know I don't have to live in fear, worried I can't speak up for what I believe in. No matter what my opinion is, I don't need to hide it. If my fellow speakers were to stand up here today and defend communism, I may disagree with their beliefs, but I would not disagree with their right to express them. Words are not violence. Doina believed words keep people together until the day that she died. Thank you.
Ari, thank you so much. Well done. We're also honored to have with us tonight Anders Holzer. We'd like to hear from him now. Thank you for helping him with that chair and microphone. Will that work?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, let's hear your speech, Anders. Thank you.
Peter Wetzel was a 6-year-old boy who lived in East Germany when it was under a communist government. His family didn't like living there because they didn't have freedom of speech. If they said anything bad about the government, they could get into very big trouble with the Stasi, which were the secret police. Peter's family decided to build a hot air balloon to flee during the night. On the night of their escape, before they lifted off the ground, they were almost caught by the Stasi. And then the balloon accidentally caught fire. They were able to put it out, but it was dangerous and scary. They kept flying, but before they were sure if they had gone far enough, they ran out of fuel and plummeted to the ground. Peter's father broke his leg, but luckily everyone else was okay. They were so happy when they discovered they had landed in West Germany. They were free. If Peter Wetzel and his family were willing to risk so much to live in a place where we could have freedom of speech, I think that shows how valuable it is. If there was no freedom of speech, I think there would be no working things out when there are problems in our country. I am so grateful to live in a place where we can have freedom of speech. Thank you for listening.
Wow, Anders, thank you so much. That was a wonderful message. And Johnny, now we'd love to hear your speech. Johnny Alley, who's also on our youth council here in Bountiful City.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Council, for the opportunity to be here. For everybody who's just maybe visiting, doesn't know what this is for, we recently had the competition, the First Amendment speech competition, organized by Lisa back there. She did amazing. And it was a speech competition in which we were supposed to honor a victim of communism. It was held on the Victims of Communism Commemoration Day in the state, and also described the importance of one of the rights of the First Amendment. So our speeches, we all picked a victim of communism and a right guaranteed in the First Amendment that we wanted to honor in our speech, which was amazing. So, here's mine. Music is the language that knows no borders. A melody carries with it the life, the aspirations, and the sorrows of he who created it. 80 years ago, in the dead of night, a man slept quietly in the stairwell outside of his apartment, so his wife and children wouldn't witness him being dragged away by the KGB. Cold and shivering, he did this for months, fearing at any moment he would be taken from his family and silenced, never to be seen again. This man, Dmitri Shostakovich, was one of the greatest composers of the 20th century, but faced interrogation, censorship, and denunciation by the Soviet Union under the watchful eye of Joseph Stalin. Since the Bolsheviks seized power in 1917, when Shostakovich was just 11, he had been unable to speak out against his government. When he began writing music professionally, at age 19, his works and words were carefully supervised by the communist regime. In 1936, Stalin attended one of Shostakovich's symphonies, but decided that it was non-Russian, thereby denouncing him. At the same time came the Great Purge by Stalin's administration, in which many of Shostakovich's closest friends and family were either imprisoned or killed for speaking out against the regime. As his only method of protest, Shostakovich encoded his pieces with themes that spoke out against the tyrannical authoritarianism by which he was oppressed. As a concert pianist of 12 years, I have studied and interpreted works by Dmitri Shostakovich. I have felt his pain in his music, heard the longing buried within the notes. I speak to you today to say what he couldn't all those years ago. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees us, as citizens, the unalienable right to the freedom of speech. This freedom has existed in our nation for nearly 250 years, holding strong under civil war, national crises, and threats on democracy. But we must not take this right for granted. It is all too easy for the generation of today to forget what those who came before them endured to obtain this sacred right. We must not sit idly by and wait for an attack on this sacred right before we stand up and say, we remember. Let us remember today. Let us preserve our strong but fragile democracy by refusing to let the weakest of us be intimidated into silence. Let us put our voices together in harmony to declare we the people. Let us fight for freedom. Thank you. I would just like to add, as a side note, that I do truly believe in my words, and that our greatest threat in the United States is not communistic tendencies, but an overreach of authoritarianism and executive power. And I would just encourage you citizens to stand up when you see overreach in any way and protect your freedoms. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Johnny, Ali, Anders Holzer, and Ari Walker, for being willing to participate in the speech contest and for coming and sharing your speeches tonight. And thank you, Lisa Feifeld, for organizing this event. It's inspiring. Thank you so much. And we understand if you families need to leave, but thank you for being with us tonight. We really appreciate it. It is now time for our public comment period. We would love to hear from anyone that is here tonight that would like to speak. If you would like to speak, you will have 2 minutes to do so. Please come up and state your name and where you live.
Hi, Richard Watson. I live in Bountiful, also director of Music in the Park concerts, and that's why I'm here. I would like to promote our Christmas concert, December 12th. We have low ticket sales right now. We have posters in the back. And if you scan the code right there, I also put a little sticky on there for a discount code. So those people in the room can get discount tickets. So I want everybody in this room to buy a ticket. Even if you don't go, just go buy a ticket, please.
Is there a code? Is there a code that people should put in?
Yeah, it's VCity5, but I got it on the sticky back there.
Okay, so Vocalocity.
And then I'll give the sticky to Sophia afterwards. So the proceeds from this will be going to our summer concerts. So that's why this is a necessary concert. We'll have one in the spring as well, but we'd like to have this one sold out. So now, speaking of summer concerts, and that's my other reason I'm up here, so if it sounds like I'm begging, it's because I am. Sponsorships. We are in desperate need of sponsorships for our concerts so we can keep the summer concerts going. And we'd hate to see these concerts go away or even reduce in the value or talent that we have. So if we can have everyone spread the word, you don't have to sponsor it yourself, but if you know somebody who could sponsor us, please let them know and have them contact me or have them contact Sophia or anybody in the city. So we desperately want to see these concerts keep going. So thank you for your support, by the way. It's been 16 years we've had these concerts. So I definitely appreciate these concerts, your support. So thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Hi, Ron Mortensen, Bountiful. Since according to the agenda, there will be no comment on the public plan, on the general plan tonight, I'll just speak to it here. And the water section in the general plan is still really weak when it comes to protecting the aquifer that has declined 25 feet in the past 20 years. And as I wrote in my recent email to y'all, the plan should include a reference to the state engineer since we are currently under a groundwater management plan. The fact is that the declining aquifer could really result in mandatory reductions in water withdrawals in order to bring the aquifer into equilibrium and to prevent salt inclusion into our wells. In addition, it's unfortunate that the general plan does not mention the need for an aquifer impact analysis whenever a new development is proposed. And for example, if an impact analysis were done on the North Canyon Towns PUD, which is item number 9 on the agenda tonight, it would show that the development will have a negative impact on the aquifer of roughly 10 acre-feet per year. That, along with all future developments, will put even more pressure on an already oversubscribed aquifer. And I yield the remainder of my time to others that want to talk.
Phil Ferguson, I live in Bountiful. I would like to address number 9, the North Canyon Towns Plan Unit, which is literally in my backyard. I believe representations were made to the people on my street that the green buffer between the care center and my street would remain to act as a buffer from noise and traffic for as long as the care center was there. I urge you as council members to review the minutes and other documents pertaining to the change in the land use that was made when the care center went in, which I believe was between 1984 and 1987. It was agricultural when I moved in. It was an alfalfa field. The concern was that it would impact in negative ways the people on my street, their backyards. And I've submitted a grandma request earlier today to get those records because I admit my memory may not be exactly correct. But before we approve the plat, I think it would be a good idea to review representations that were made to the people about how that green buffer zone would be used going forward. Thank you.
Gary Davis, 2814 South Bountiful, 500 West Bountiful, yeah. Anyway, it was good to see young ones, and my age, a lot of people are younger, with the fire and the spunk and supporting free speech in that. It's concerning that I am seeing future politicians and lawyers, neither of which I think we need more of, but that's besides the point. One thing that keeps not being mentioned about free speech has consequences. And too often people use their free speech assuming there will be no consequences and not accepting any of the responsibility for what they have said. So I fully support and agree with free speech, but there are consequences and you got to be aware. That's it. Thanks for all the work you do.
Thanks. Anybody else? Is there anyone else who would like to speak tonight for public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to our next item, which is to consider approval of the minutes of the previous meetings held November 19th, October 28th, and November 18th.
Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion that we approve those minutes as printed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Just want to check in with you, Councilwoman Child. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Thank
great. We can hear you. Good, thank you. Councilwoman Child is joining us remotely tonight. So now we will move to council reports, and we'll start with you, Councilman Murray.
I was trying to think what I'd say, but last night's Christmas tree lighting was awesome. I want to express a thanks to the Main Street merchants and the city employees that helped put up the tree and put a night of fun together, and hopefully that continues to build upon in coming years. It was a lot of fun to see everyone out.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price-Hewish.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to recognize the Bountiful City Youth Council that had a food drive last week, and they were able to collect a lot of food that was then taken over to the Bountiful Food Pantry.
I know that the needs are great this season especially, and always at the Bountiful Food Pantry. So if you are so inclined and able, keep them in mind for donations, either financial or in kind, and you can always go over to the food pantry and make your donation there. And that's behind the community church on Orchard Drive. I also want to thank the power company for the incredible light display. I know that they and many departments are involved. Probably every department is involved in putting up our beautiful light display. That's one thing I've learned in Bountiful City is nothing ever happens in a vacuum. Everyone jumps in and all the departments are usually helping each other with so many different things. So anyway, it was just a delight to pull in here tonight and see the holiday lights and just know that this special season of giving and love and family and community togetherness is upon us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. By way of report, we had a meeting yesterday at the Wasatch Front Regional Council, a workshop where we talked about transportation, city centers. Bountiful was featured, talking about our city center, and also talking about BRT alignment. We also at a recent meeting where we were at the South Davis Fire District, we talked about donated property from the refineries there, donated to the fire department, where they're looking to potentially build a building for practice there for their firefighters. And then also recently at a South Davis Sewer District meeting, just wanted to update you that the new administration building that is being built there is coming along nicely. So Councilwoman Child, do you have a report tonight?
I do. First of all, I'd like to thank you for patching me in tonight. I'm very sorry not to be there in person for tonight's discussion. I'd like to thank Richard Watson for discussing the upcoming Vocalosity concert. We appreciate all you do, Richard. The Bountiful Community Service Council recently had some training from our local Just Serve representatives on how to use the Just Serve platform to promote upcoming service projects and to find volunteers for their projects. I feel like this was a valuable training and will hopefully prove useful to our many service groups in the city who give so much and add so much to the richness and depth of Bountiful. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Councilwoman Bradshaw.
Thanks, Mayor. One of my assignments is to serve on the board of the Bountiful Davis Arts Center. So a few announcements from that group of different holiday happenings. The first is that the Winter Art Market is now open and will be open through December 20th. So lots of unique gifts from local artisans that are available for purchase. We have found lots of interesting gifts to buy for people there in past years, so I would encourage people to consider that as part of your holiday shopping and perhaps on Shop Small Saturday coming up. And then the next is that the Gingerbread Festival, houses can be submitted starting, in fact, they need to be submitted by December 1st. So my hope is that our local council staff champion is going to be spending part of her holiday designing her masterpiece to be submitted, hopefully with a mansard roof for that contest. But the festival will start on December 6th for anyone that wants to drop by and check out the Gingerbread Festival.
Thank you for that report. Councilman Higginson.
Were we doing gingerbread this year?
I think you and I did agree that we would find a compromise roof style to submit for our own, so I guess we better get on that.
We better get on it. Mayor, anything that was interesting at the Planning Commission is on our agenda for tonight, so I'll reserve any reports for those agenda items.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. One last announcement I forgot to make is that there is an event at the square on 2600 It's called Jingle and Mingle, December 14th from 3 to 6. And there's going to be pictures with Santa, Grinch, Elf, hot chocolate crafts, ugly sweater contests, and the like. So it'll be fun. Jingle and Mingle at the Square at 2600 on December 14th. Now we will move to consider approval of the September 2025 financial report.
Make a motion to approve the financial reports.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilwoman Price Hewish. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And now we are at a really fun part of our meeting where we get to celebrate an accomplishment by Matt Nadald. So Matt, would you mind coming up here and along with your mom or your parents, whoever would like to accompany you, we'd love to hear from you about your experience. So Matt, he has competed at the USTA Junior Wheelchair National Championship at the U.S. National Tennis Campus in Orlando, Florida. And Councilman Murray told us about Matt, and so I'd love to turn the time over to him to talk about Matt briefly, but will you please come on up? We want to hear from you.
All right, I'll give you, the list is a little bit longer, but let me give you an update. So Matt is a junior at Bountiful High, not only a champion at tennis. I've had the privilege of knowing Matt for many years, watching him grow with his brothers and always finding exciting ways to stay active with his family. There's a saying, everyone needs a Matt in their life. While all Matts are great, being a friend with Matt Nadald is absolutely the best. He's incredibly kind, has the most infectious laugh and smile, is surrounded by an amazing circle of friends and family who have helped him blossom into the exceptional young man and elite athlete that he is today. His journey of tennis has been short, but he started in 2023, and I'll give you some highlights of what he's accomplished this year. So in September 2025, he competed in the U.S. National Tennis competition in Florida. Matt dominated the USTA Junior National Wheelchair Championship, taking home the title in both singles and doubles. In October 2025, he followed that up with winning the USTA Men's Ace Singles at the prestigious Indian Wells tournament. And then in March, in Baton Rouge, he also clinched the USTA Co-Ed Single Championship at the Cajun Classic Wheelchair Tennis Championship. Now, even more motivational than the wins themselves is the recognition Matt has received as how he plays. He was honored in 2024 for the K-Swiss Sportsmanship Award for junior boys and the highly esteemed 2025 Wendy Parnell Sportsmanship Award. This award proves that Matt Nadald competes with both heart and unparalleled integrity. Matt, your motivation, your drive is a motivation to all of us. You've shown every single person in our community what it is to achieve, what you can achieve through determination, grit, and positive outlook. And we're proud of you, and we sincerely thank you for the way you represent Bountiful City at the national level. So I'd like to give Matt and invite everyone a round of applause.
Hey, Matt, would you be willing to tell us a little bit about your experience?
It depends what you want to know.
Mayor, I have a question if I
Yeah,
could.
I'd love, yeah.
Who's your doubles partner?
I played with a kid from Alabama. So you just go to tournaments and you sign up and you play with whoever they assign you.
I didn't know if it was a local person that you had to
yeah.
practice with or whatever.
Nope.
What's been your favorite thing about this?
My favorite thing is I'm super competitive. So a lot of people know that.
So you're
about me,
dominating.
but, well, I like it. It makes me
Yeah.
happy. So being able to go compete against other people like me and being able to play the sport I love and play it at a high level.
We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
It's awesome. Can we get a picture?
Sure.
And we got to know first, what's next? What tournament's coming up on your radar, and where do you want to go next for tennis?
I'm hoping to go out of the country at the start of 2026. So we'll see.
Wow. That's great. If you don't mind, we're just going to come down and get a picture.
Perfect. Where do you want to go?
Come on in.
Really fun to hear about your accomplishments. Congratulations. We understand if you need to leave, but you're welcome to stay. So thank you for being here tonight, to letting us honor you, Matt. We are excited. So this is my fault. I didn't get this on the agenda, but it is something that Councilwoman Price Hewish requested, that we, in commemoration of the 100th year anniversary of PTA, that we honor our local representatives. And so I'd like to just ask anyone that is here that is local PTA or PTSA representative, would you mind coming up? We'd love to hear from you and see you. So if you don't mind just coming up to the microphone. And I know that, I'm sure that everyone here can attest to the hours of work that you put in for all of the kids, right, in our communities. And what a blessing that is to these kids. And so I just want to thank you so much. 100 years, that's so much. If you add up all the hours of all the PTSA representatives and all of what that really means, it's just countless, the ripple effects that we'll never know. But I really understand how those busy nights are, and those, evenings and those mornings and all of that work that goes in. And I just so appreciate what you're doing on behalf of our children. Councilwoman Price Hewish, would you like to chime in?
You know I do. Okay, I love the PTA, and I just, as I look out at you ladies, and there are some more ladies in the back who didn't walk up, but I want to recognize everyone. Wow, the PTA is so great. When I first moved to Bountiful, I'm just a crier, it's going to happen. When I moved to Bountiful 25 years ago, I didn't know anyone. And my oldest daughter at the time was about to go into kindergarten. And someone said, join the PTA at Hannah Holbrook Elementary. I was like, oh, I don't know if that's for me, but I did. And I was put in charge of an event called Tech Trek to earn money for computers in the school. And I got to know so many people. It's where I formed my community. It's where I realized that service and volunteerism really can be impactful. It really can touch the one. And that's what I know each of you and the PTA is doing. It's touching the one student. It's reaching out, valuing how do we help these kids grow, elevate, become future leaders and just contributors, but just believe in themselves. And also, it's not just the parents, it's the teachers. And the teachers here at these schools in Bountiful, wow, are so good. They are so good. And I am so grateful for the teachers. And that this alliance with parents, and no one will know how many hours and how great the people who put in the time for the PTA. So Just as a personal shout out, you are my community. You are where I got my start in community and civic involvement is the PTA, so thank you.
Well said, yes. Would you mind, and if there are people that are in the back that it didn't come up that are part of this group, we would really appreciate if you would come up. And I just wanted to hear from each one of you and what school you represent, what your position is and what you represent. And, I'd love to hear who you are.
Okay. So my name is Ginger Vandenberg. I'm the senior secondary council president. So I'm over like the high school PTAs in Davis County. And then I also have students at South Davis Junior High and Woods Cross High School.
So I'm Tiffany Smith, and I'm the Bountiful High PTA president. Have to rep today. But I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm grateful that we had Matt, because I think he was a beautiful example of what PTA does, because we advocate to help every student be able to achieve their full potential. And Kelly Nadal was on our PTA board, and as a parent, she advocates 24/7 for the 16 years of Matt's life so far. And you get to high school and parents are kind of tired of trying to really advocate and be the one that is constantly fighting for their child. And it's so nice as a PTA to be able to come in and say, guess what? You don't have to do it by yourself. You have a whole group. And within the first week that we were at the high school, we were able to add on a special ramp and a special spot for Matt to be able to be in the stands because there wasn't accessibility for him. And that's just one small example of what PTA can do when you work collectively together. So thank you for letting us be here. Thank you for all of your service. And I would encourage anybody that's here, present or listening, to get involved. It is a great way to build community.
I'm Nicole Gapmeyer, and I am the PTA president at Woods Cross High School. And I'm just really grateful to serve with all these wonderful ladies and all of the wonderful relationships that we've built and be able to serve the students and with all the administration. It's really an honor.
I'm Heather Shirley, and I am at Bountiful High with Tiffany, and I'm VP over Student Leadership. And I, along with Councilwoman Price, it has been what has anchored me in all. I'm a military spouse, and we've moved all over, so I've done PTAs all over, and I started at Holbrook and went to Mill Creek with my son, and now at the high school, and I'm almost done with my PTA experience, but it is a great source of connection to every community I've moved, and this one is definitely no exception. So.
I'm Tabitha Davis. I'm the PTA president at Holbrook Elementary, which apparently is a favorite here tonight. I got my start in PTA when my daughter was in kindergarten. I have 3 beautiful Black children in the Davis School District, and it was a rocky start, but PTA and the teachers have really come together and just made it such a positive experience for my kids. And I started for my own kids, and I love every single one of those 392 kids we have at our school, and it's just a great experience. So anybody that would like to join our PTA, you are welcome to, and there's a link on our website. Please do.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. 100 years. I mean, if there was any way to add up those hours of 100 years and all of those, the impacts, I mean, it's such a force, right, to be reckoned with. These PTA moms that I know I've sat in the meetings, and so I know that a lot of times when you're sitting there, you feel pretty insignificant, but really it is a force. And there is so much good that has been done. And so thank you. Thank you. For our kids, thank you so much. So let's give them a hand. We really appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. And you're welcome to stay, and we understand if you need to go. We'll now move to item 8, to consider approval of the preliminary and final plat for the Renaissance Town Center Commercial Planned Unit Development. And tonight, Francisco Astorga, our city planner, will be leading us in this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This subject site is found in the MXDR, that's the mixed-use residential zone. The request is to subdivide currently Lot 11 of Phase 3, Plat 1 into 2 lots. The only reason why this has been submitted to the city is for financing reasons. Page 31 on your packets, as well as the actual proposed plat, I believe, on page 35 indicate exactly what's going on here. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. We do report that the Planning Commission looked at this item last week and they forwarded a positive recommendation. Given that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council review the proposal and approve it.
Thank you. What questions do you have, Council?
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. Francisco, you mentioned that this is primarily being done for financing purposes.
Correct.
And so we remember when we approved this a couple of years ago, will all of the architectural and design elements remain the same?
Absolutely. The development plan that was approved with an ordinance stays in place.
Mm-hmm. And do we have, is there any kind of a timeline for when this might get underway?
Yeah, I normally, not my responsibility to know that, but I happen to know the answer as I'm working with the applicant here, as he submitted a financing application through the RDA. So they're wrapping up their financing so they can start building the specific building on Lot 14. Newly created Lot 14. So they're getting ready to go and in getting that building permit issued already? No, not yet.
It's ready to pick up and
there you go.
one component of my financing is complete, the request RDA closes everything together. It's like cobbling together since we just got it in Frankenstein, that's what these developments are.
We might want to ask staff to summarize that for Councilmember Child, since she wouldn't be able to hear without the microphone.
Yeah, good thinking.
Thank you.
Would you mind summarizing that, Francisco?
Yeah, Mr. Knowlton indicated that the building permit hasn't been issued, but they're ready to pick it up, and that they're wrapping up the final portion of their financing so they can start building. That's the summary.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members?
Mayor, I don't have a question, but the vote in the Planning Commission was unanimous to pass a favorable recommendation on. I'd be happy to make a motion if you're ready for one.
Yes.
I'm just going to read the first line because it's too complicated for me to remember. That is that we grant preliminary and final Renaissance Town Center Commercial PUD Phase 3, Plat 1, Lot 11 amendments as proposed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, excellent. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much. And now on item number 9, we'll also hear from Francisco Astorga to lead us out on this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is found on your package, page 37 through 43. We're entertaining a proposed 21-lot PUD subdivision at 460 West, 2600 South. That's the northeast corner of 2600 South and 5th West. It's located in the multi-family residential, that's the RM13 subzone, where multi-family residential use is permitted. It's not a conditional use, it's a by right, as indicated in the current land use code, the zoning code. This requires us to subdivide this 5-acre property into multiple units with limited common area and common areas for shared landscaping, parking, access, and patios. The proposal does include creating 20 new residential townhouses just north of the subject, north of the current assisted living facility. It meets the density. We've got an analysis on page 38 and 39 indicating how this proposal complies with, would comply with front, side, rear setbacks, as well as lot size, lot width, building height, parking. It simply complies with the current code. The Planning Commission reviewed this application last week on Tuesday, November 18th, and forwarded a positive recommendation, 6-0 vote to the City Council. Staff and the Commission, we do recommend that you approve the request with the 3 conditions of approval outlined on page 39.
Thanks. What questions do you have, Council?
I have a question. Oh,
Sorry, after you, please.
okay. So I was really appreciated the community member who came, Mr. Ferguson, is that right? And spoke on this topic on how this is going to impact your neighborhood with and concern about green buffer zone. So I had a question as I was reviewing the packet. One thing that I was concerned or had a question about, it does not appear as though there is a sidewalk on 500 West there. And there is a sidewalk at the assisted care facility, and then there is a sidewalk on the homes that front 500 West, 2400 South, and this looks like it would be a break in a sidewalk. So I'm concerned because we do hear and talk about how we want to continue where we have opportunity to have sidewalks, so that's a safe pedestrian mobility issue. So could you just speak to that?
Sure, and Lloyd, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, in that what you're reviewing tonight is a subdivision application and not a site plan review application. So we're simply looking at the boundaries of the specific unit and how it relates to that existing site. Anything else that I need to add, Lloyd?
There is existing sidewalk on the east
there
side
you-
of 500 West, all along that frontage.
And so there is existing sidewalk, and then also a site plan would follow that would show full landscaping detail and things like that.
Correct.
Yeah, the code requires site plan review for anything that's more than a duplex throughout the city.
All right, so I would just like to then say, great, there is existing sidewalk. There is no break currently in the sidewalk from the corner of 2600 to 2400. And that is something that would remain, even though it does not look like it's indicated on these preliminary, not final renderings. Okay, I did have another question then. This is actually for the applicant, because this is something, again, as we're going to be talking about our general plan update later tonight, and this could have been in the report, but I didn't see it. We're always talking about how new developments are going to impact the housing stock. Is this going to be their townhomes? They're conceived as future townhome development. Will they be rentals, or will this be a product that will potentially be added to the ownership stock here in Bountiful? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I could answer that. And the applicant is here, John Blocker with Brighton Homes is here. As these 20 units are platted individually, they have the opportunity to be owned individually. Does that make sense? We cannot force to own or rent, but based on the submittal of this application, it would seem that the intent here is to sell these units individually.
So is that the case? Is that the intent, to sell them?
Please.
Yeah. Yes, that's our intent with these units. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I assume that if any agreement or expression of care for the neighbors had been voiced at the time, would it not appear as some sort of a deed restriction on the property, in your experience?
If there was such regulation or restriction, placing a simple condition of approval, hypothetically from 1984, would not be the best way to honor that, in that our records are really good, probably back to 1991. After that, it's hit and miss regarding what we may or may not find. So if a better mechanism for a possible restriction on that area would be an easement or any sort of anything that could be recorded would help us alleviate if that was the case. Does that make sense? Am I answering your question?
Absolutely. Do we know if anything like that exists?
I am not aware of anything like that exists.
Wouldn't a deed restriction show up in a title search at
It would.
at the change of property ownership?
It would, and this would be through the subdivision process. We ask for an updated title report right before the city engineer signs these plats. He's more so checking on legal descriptions and whatnot. However, at that point, that's when we get an updated title report. Is that correct, Mr. Cheney?
So
Looks like
if we were, sorry, if we were to approve a subdivision ordinance, which, you know, the legislature did streamline that process last year, and it fits the zone, and so it is a by right application. But if we were to approve the subdivision application and then later there was found to be a deed restriction, what would happen?
Give me 1 second to.
while you're looking, did you have something to add to the applicant? And if so, then will you come to the microphone?
Just, I was going to mention a title report was provided and reviewed, and there's nothing like that recorded on the property. So
Thank you.
I think Francisco covered it.
I have a question on the, I think your question, your former question regarding if something was found, I would defer to our legal advice on that. What would happen if hypothetically the title report would then show that there was some sort of recorded easement that restricted that specific area? I apologize to put you on the spot, Mr. Jepson.
It's a difficult question to ask in the hypothetical where we don't know what the easement is. I mean, it would have to be dealt with one way or the other. But without knowing the nature of the easement, it's impossible to say exactly how it would be done.
Thank you for assisting in that. And one clarification, the reason why this subdivision is going before you as a streamlined process completely removes city councils from the subdivision process is because of the assisted living facility. If this was strictly a townhouse development, you would not be looking at it. The planning commission would approve or review the preliminary plat or subdivision, and then staff, we would handle the other part to meet state code. The reason why you're reviewing it is because this subdivision plat also includes the assisted living facility. My question with that was, will there be improvements and other things made at the assisted living center with ownership being changed? I don't believe that there are any that would be associated. I mean, they are giving the other folks an easement, but that's not necessarily an improvement. It's just a right for secondary access. I don't see any improvements unless Lord can think of anything. I don't think there's any associated with the assisted living facility.
So, so if there were any past deed restrictions or easements found, then we would deal with that appropriately. But in this case, we're not aware of anything. You've done your due diligence, and you don't know of anything like that. I know that there was some talk on social media about this situation, and some talk like, oh, why doesn't Bountiful just preserve this as green space? And so I just want to address the fact that this property is not city-owned. And so it's a private property that wants to develop, and what they're requesting is within the code. And so it's allowed. And so are there any other comments or questions about this proposal or development? Yes.
I had one, Mayor.
Yes.
Francisco, it looks like from the drawings that we have been provided, that there is an entrance to the new townhome development off of 500 West, and then it seems like it connects and wraps around, and I'm looking at page 43. It connects and wraps around the facility, and so that there would also potentially be access to 2600 South, or is that incorrect in showing the way that it would connect to this wraparound parking?
No, you got that right. So the assisted living facility has two access points. So in order for this to comply with fire code, this development has to have two access points. And that's why the south end bigger parcel is providing an easement through that east side. So those folks, those property owners can exit should the main entrance be blocked or.
If there was another site plan, would there be opportunity for them to extend the exits just straight off that east side of the lot instead of having to loop to the center?
Yeah, I think that's more of a question that would be exercised by that property owner, whether they wanted to go through that expense of just having a straight through instead of making two turns just to get to that existing middle exit or entrance there. But that would be a function of how they would want to exercise those rights.
Councilman Higginson, can you speak to any discussion in Planning Commission about the traffic concerns and potential, issues there?
I can. There was a little bit of discussion about that, and the public who was concerned was assured that this project is not going to generate a significant amount of traffic, that the adjacent streets are already fairly busy, not necessarily, well, one is a major arterial, but a heavy collector and a major arterial are not going to be seriously impacted by this number of vehicles. So.
Will UDOT have to approve either change in the entrances, either the new entrance on Fifth West or the additional traffic on 2600? Or are these city roads?
These are Bountiful city streets, so UDOT won't be involved.
Thank you. What other questions do you have, Council?
I do have one other question. If we grant approval, I know it was asked, and maybe it's been answered sufficiently and I just didn't understand it, but is there a way for us to remedy this if an easement or a deed restriction is found and we've already granted approval for this?
Yeah, I mean, that really would be put on the developer. We're not the ones that do the title search. We're not the ones that would research that. It could be monetary damages, could be specific performance. I can't say how they would remedy it.
Right.
But there would be some way for them to remedy it.
Okay. Thank you.
And our approval, maybe our approval could be assuming that there are not deed restrictions in place or et cetera.
Yeah, we can specify that. I mean, our approval always is assuming those. We're not, on something like this, we're not the ones that are liable for the title search. The developer in this case would be, and they seem to be satisfied with their work, and they'd be the ones that would, be facing monetary damage or whatever type of solution was come up with if something was discovered.
Mayor, I would like to say one other thing if I could, and that is that the city has not solicited this development, although frankly, as an elected official of this city, I am kind of excited that these are going to be made available for ownership by individual homeowners. The city is not out soliciting that we shoehorn, I can't remember the exact language that the folks in our local Facebook group used, but that we're cramming people into every square inch that we can find. The city is not soliciting development for homes. So, but the city is happy to fulfill its obligation to look at applications that are legally submitted and properly filled out and that bring good to our community.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mayor, just again to get back to this same issue of the title search, which you've done. So because I don't know how the process from the planning department, is that provided prior to or as part of the site plan review, just receiving a clean title?
Not part of the site plan review, but it's included as part of this subdivision review.
Mm-hmm. So we do have that then. That was submitted from the developer. That clean and clear title was submitted to the city. We have that on record
Lloyd?
in our file.
We do require the title search the title report to be submitted to us. Mainly the reason for that is so that we can identify the owners who have interests in the property and make sure they have a place to acknowledge their participation or approval of whatever is created. We do review it for easements and those kinds of things to make sure that they're, reflected on the plat. But in this case, there isn't anything to be indicated in that area. It's the developer's burden of proof to provide, to research and provide to us whatever applicable restrictions are on the property.
And that has been done?
We have a title report.
Okay. And there is nothing concerning? Okay.
Thanks. Any last questions?
Happy to make a motion if you'd like.
Great.
We grant preliminary and final plat approval for the North Canyon Towns as it has been presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. And there was a proposal to move item number 10 to the end of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to move
Second.
item number 10 to the end of the agenda and allow the other agenda items to report and get home.
No,
Second.
second.
Okay.
Discussion? By the end, does he mean after item 18 or before item 18?
Thank you. After number 17, we will discuss item number 10 prior to 18. Thank you. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We'll move that item, and now we'll continue to item 11 to consider approval of a Civic Plus contract, and we'll turn the time over to Francisco. Oh, sorry. We'll turn the time over to Galen, Sophia. Galen, Sophia, and Dan, thank you. Welcome.
All of the above,
Right.
that's for sure. And also Councilman Murray, who joined us on the review team for this. Mayor, members of the council, before you tonight is a proposal for a city website redesign and hosting solution that is in need. We've had this website for about 10 years, and it was redesigned at that point by a local company at a cost of about $15,000, and it was brought around a branding project that was also at that same time. With recommendation that a redesign be looked at and possible solution providers to do that, staff solicited proposals from website providers and hosting providers in August, and we received back 6 proposals from companies that are both local and then throughout the country. And those are listed on the staff report that is on page 221 of your packet. One correction, or one addition, I should say, to the listing that is on there, it's mentioned that there's 6 qualified proposals that came in, but I've only listed 5. And so I'll mention the other one that is not in there. It's VTech Solutions from Washington, D.C. Their one-time cost quote was $74,400, and their annual maintenance quote was $60,400, for a total proposal quote in first year of $134,800, which puts them at about the 5th position as far as total quotes go in terms of dollar figures. As I mentioned, there were 4 of us that were looking at the solutions that were proposed, and we have all taken a different position on what our responsibility was in looking through that. Sophia now maintains the website and is pretty knowledgeable in all that goes into maintaining a website and doing all the things that make it look both presentable as well as provide the information that users require. Dan is our IT department specialist and was kind enough to look through all the acronyms and other things we may not know what they are, and give us the proposal a good once-over from that perspective. And then I was charged with the duty of making sure that we have given a good solicitation to make sure any reasonable provider would have a chance to propose on this project, and that it would go through the administrative aspects that would be necessary. We started out with surveying informally, for the most part, both you as council members as well as our department directors and users of our existing website to get ideas on what would be needed in a redesigned website. And I've listed those in the bullet points that are on page 2 of the staff report. I'll go through a couple of them that were kind of key to our recommendations of providers. The current website, if you use it on a mobile device, currently is not very user-friendly. And so we wanted something that would render on any type of device, whether it was an iPad or a cell phone or a computer, large or small. And so we were looking for that. We wanted to make sure that the new website would be able to have the content that is desired out there, as well as having capability of doing things like park reservations, community calendars, that type of thing. And then a variety of other things that you can go through there, being able to search city codes, ordinances, and maps, and having a frequently asked questions section, and a host of other things that were brought up through these conversations that we had with you as well as staff, and looking for what we would like in a existing, or to replace the existing website we have. When we all took a look at the proposals that came in independently and then came together on a number of occasions to discuss those proposals, our overriding decision in recommending a solution provider was that we wanted it to be based on the content of the proposal that was brought forward, a perceived best fit with all these different items that were requested, and then that the provider would be the lowest overall cost. And so with that in mind, Civic Plus, which is out of Manhattan, Kansas, provided that proposal that met those parameters best in our assessment. We did ask for a demo, which took place in early November, and we were given the opportunity to ask questions of the solution provider, as well as receive a demonstration of their implemented sites in Alpine, Kaysville, Ogden, and Provo. And so they provided those as illustrations of what they can do. And there are a number of other cities in Utah that utilize their website design or hosting or both. Following the review that we did of the proposals and our demonstration we received, and a number of conversations after the fact to get clarification, we recommend that the City Council consider Civic Plus's solution, and we would recommend that to you. And the total cost for the one-time cost on that for the first year is $30,746.40. The annual maintenance cost is $6,891 for a total quote in the first year of $37,637.40. And that $68.91 annual maintenance quote is subject to a 5% cost increase each year. after the first year. And so we are just presenting this for your consideration and for entering into a contract with Civic Plus, and be willing to entertain any questions, the three of us, and Councilman Murray as well.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the committee for your time and effort. I think it's time. It'll be nice to have a new website. What's the time frame that they're looking at?
The implementation timeline is yet to be determined, but their generalized timeline that they use for most clients is between 16 and 28 weeks, I believe is what it is. But it will take a little longer, maybe a little less, depending on how much has to be transferred over. There's a lot of data in there that needs to be transferred over. That's part of the contract, would be to move all of our minutes, agendas, codes, and all that from the existing website to theirs, and then to structure it so it is a little bit more accessible and user-friendly. For instance, one of the things we would do would be to take the PDF files that are out there for, say, minutes or packets or whatever, make them searchable through optical character recognition, OCR, that would allow them to be more easily found and utilized. So,
Great. What other questions do we have?
I don't have any questions as much as just, I think it's an exciting step forward. It will help our residents be able to find information they're looking for more easily, help us find information to share with residents more easily. And, thanks to the committee, thanks to Councilman Murray for the time you've put in to research the various options and think about what will help bring our website into the modern era, but also be something that fits within our budget.
I should mention one more thing as well, sorry, is if this solution is selected, they would go through the process, we would sign the contract with them, they would go through the process of implementing it, migrating all the data and getting it structured, training for staff and so forth. And then the desire of this committee, as well as I believe your desire, would be to see a demonstration of it to where you can see what it can do, maybe other tweaks you might want that we could have done to it, that type of thing, at a future work session. So,
the other thing I was just going to add is, we're starting out with a lot of really good enhancements in our phase one. But the nice thing about Civic Plus is, as we mature and we grow in this technology space, there's opportunity for us to grow with them too. It comes with a cost, but it gives us a chance to weigh out the fact of, is that cost worth the advantages that we'd get from some of the other tools that they had to offer?
That's great. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve the contract with Civic Plus for a website redesign and hosting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much, Dan, Sophia, Galen, Matt. Thank you. That'll be exciting. Okay, we are moving on to item 12, South Davis Recreation District proposed tax increase. Mr. Tyson Beck.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have on the agenda an opportunity to discuss a tax increase proposed by the South Davis Recreation District. The South Davis Recreation District, as you know, is a special district governmental entity that has a property tax ability over our residents here in Bountiful. And for that reason, state code requires that we put on the agenda their tax increase and allow a public comment period to hear comment on the increase, as well as the council to provide some comment and allow Councilwoman Bradshaw to take that sentiment back to the Rec District Board. And so tonight we want to talk about the proposed tax increase. Last Monday night, November 17th, they held their truth and taxation hearing, and the board did move forward with the property tax increase. It is a 5% increase that will bring in $86,200 more, an estimated $86,200 more per year on their subsidy levy. And On average, if we were to look at an average taxable home in Bountiful of 623,000 value, the increase is $2.11 per year for that, for the recreation district. So tonight, wanted to talk about the proposed increase and the truth and taxation hearing that was held, and would recommend that the board or the council provide a public comment period, and then provide any sentiment you'd like to have Councilwoman Bradshaw take back to the Recreation District Board. Obviously, they are an independent taxing entity, and so the public comment and your sentiment is just informational only. We obviously cannot bind their hands, but we can definitely pass along the sentiment that we hear from the public and from you as a council. So happy to answer any specific questions. And I know Councilwoman Bradshaw was in that meeting and was one of the voting participants. So I'm sure she would like to make some comments as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilwoman Bradshaw.
Thanks, Mayor. I provided at each of your spaces up here on the dais the PowerPoint presentation that the Rec District provided in their Truth and Taxation hearing that the Executive Director, Tiff Miller, provided. And it has some information about different cost factors from things like insurance, employee costs, pool chemicals, and other expenses that the district has been dealing with. As you're all aware from past reports I've given in council meetings, it's been quite a bit of work over the last 4 years to help the recreation district's budget become less in the red and move to a more sustainable position. Of the 3 levers that are available to this entity to kind of right-size their budgeting, there have been 3 back-to-back years of fee increases. The recreation district's budget is made up of taxes from the property tax subsidy and fees collected from users. So there's been 3 years of fee increases to individual activities or sports, as well as increases to passes that patrons would pay. There was an increase, a tax increase 2 years ago. And then there have been efforts made to also cut expenses in terms of removing programs like the Spooktacular concessions. There was a full-time FTE position that was eliminated. There also has been implemented, and I've provided an update on this before, a more robust accounting system that Tyson has spent a significant amount of time on that has been very helpful to the board to do more in-depth analysis of individual activities in sports so that you can see what revenues that activity is bringing in and if they're covering their expenses. This is the second year that system will have been implemented, and so we have a little bit more data for the board to use to make adjustments and make sure that we are eliminating programs where we're just not able to cover expenses or we're not having enough community interest. And then we've also been in talks with the school district to address 2 key areas. Both deal with swim teams. The first is what we've kind of affectionately called the Farmington factor. When Farmington High was built, their swim team began using the rec district as their home swim facility. But the parents of those Farmington students live outside our recreation district, so their parents are not paying any property tax subsidy to help subsidize the operations, whereas the parents of the other 3 high schools are. So we have engaged the district in discussions to help make us whole for hosting 4 high school swim teams as their home facility, and often during peak hours for use of the pool. So we have begun to receive a fee from the school district to cover that Farmington factor, and we are still in negotiations with the district for a fee that would cover the other 3 high schools, recognizing we do have an interlocal and we trade off the use of fields and gyms with the school district for their use of the pool, but there has been a recognition that a pool is an expensive facility to operate. Introducing water into any equations just makes things wear out faster. And so we are still in those discussions, but they are trending in a positive way with the school district and the school board to have them contribute some of the swim team fees that the kids pay to participate in that sport to the district to cover those costs. So of the three levers that we have to play with, from increasing fees, reducing expenses, and asking for residents to contribute from taxes, we're playing with all three of those levers. And if there's any other specific questions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I want to thank you, Councilwoman Bradshaw. You personally, having spent a lot of time on that board and trying to identify the levers and trying to be very proactive in helping them get to a more healthy financial situation. And of course, Tyson Beck also helping in that regard. So thank you for what you've done there. So that's a really good background and some good explanation. And now, should we move into the public hearing part? Okay, so this is just for us to be able to hear if any residents are here tonight that would like to speak about the proposed tax increase for the South Davis Recreation District. And so if there's anyone here that would like to speak to that, please come now up to the front and tell us your name, and we'd like to hear whatever you have to say.
Ron Mortensen. You'll recall several weeks ago, I shocked you all by supporting a property tax increase for the mosquito abatement district. And I said at that time I supported that because it was for health reasons and it was a must-have. However, the recreation district is a nice-to-have. And between 2004 and 2024, it didn't raise taxes at all. But what happened was the revenue that came in actually exceeded inflation because of new growth. And so that has to be taken into consideration when we look at these things. And despite that, in 2024, the district did raise the property tax to subsidize the center by 39%. Now it will impose an additional 5% property tax to cover inflation, although new growth that's continuing will likely be more than the 5% that they're doing for an inflationary increase. So they're tacking on to new growth. This makes the rec district better off in a lot of cases than the people that are supporting it, and that's us, the taxpayers. In addition, there are already other proposed tax increases for 2026, including a 15 to 30% county property tax increase, and the mosquito district's 10% tax increase. And then there will likely be other tax increases because these are entities that are on the calendar year, and the entities on the fiscal year will come in with their tax increases and truth and taxation hearings later in 2026, and all those will add on to these. So, and these tax increases will be on top of this year's 10% school district property tax increase and the county's 53% animal care property tax increase. And these come after a 50% sewer district tax increase and the rec district's 39% tax increase in 2024. And if you look out there, Utahns are really becoming concerned about property taxes, and they're calling for some kind of reform. And in fact, there are already bills filed in next year's legislative session that will put a cap on overall property tax increases and limit the growth of government spending at all levels. Therefore, I suggest that you oppose this nice-to-have property tax increase and ask the recreation district to limit its spending to the income that comes from new growth. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any other people here to speak to the rec district?
Lane Pappenfuss, 3100 South, here in Bountiful. First, we love the rec center. We've used the pool, the ice rink, the weight room, running track, floors. Appreciate the races they put on, one of which is coming up this week. and we get immense value out of the place, whether or not we are members in any given year. We go back and forth. I was talking to a member of my church, a man in my neighborhood, on Sunday, actually. He's in his mid-60s, and he was, just in the course of normal conversation, he was relating to me how much he appreciates the early morning swim aerobics classes that they have at the recreation center. And I just thought it was pertinent to our discussion today. He cannot put a price on the community and the health impacts that gives him, who he struggles with some back pain. And in 2025, with an aging population, I think we should invest in senior citizen health, we should invest in community, we should invest in family health, and that's what I think the Recreation Center brings. So I am appreciative of the efforts Councilmember Bradshaw and Mr. Beck have made to right-size the operations and to make sure that it's operating on better financial footing. But I also agree that inflation hasn't stopped and they have expenses too. And we want to make sure we have a well-maintained facility for all the members of our community. And I encourage you to approve the increase. Thank you.
Thanks, Lane. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We will now close the public hearing. And Tyson, we're not voting tonight.
Correct. No vote is
Right.
necessary.
Yeah. So this is just so the public and everyone is clear, this is not a tax Bountiful City is proposing. It's the South Davis Recreation District, and just wanted to give the public another opportunity to be able to speak to that and become aware. So we will now move to item 13, presentation of the fiscal year 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, and independent audit of financial statements. We'll turn the time over to you, Tyson Beck.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Beck, could I jump in real quick?
Please.
Can I ask one more question on the rec district
Sure.
issue? And I don't think we've yet let Councilmember Bradshaw know how we as a council would like her to communicate back to her group. So
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
on one of the pages of this PowerPoint, it talks about the bond debt levy and how in January of 2026, which is right upon us, residents' taxes will decrease by $29 a year because of the elimination of that levy. Now, I'm no mathematician, but I did a quick math problem here, and it looks like that will reduce residents' taxes by about 50% that they feel right now from supporting the rec district. So it seems reasonable to me to replace that 50% that's going away in a month with a 5% increase to the operating budget. That's all I had to say. Oh, except that I am also now in my 60s, and I also appreciate the facility. I'm there 3 mornings a week on average. I'm sad that only old guys play racquetball anymore, and there's typically only 2 or 3 guys there playing on any given day. When back in the day when this facility was built, you had to schedule your racquetball ahead well in advance. So it is sad to see that go. I know pickleball is the latest shiny object, but real men play racquetball. So
I'm sorry, was that the feedback I was to carry?
Please.
I will made a note about racquetball and age and demographics.
Kate, until I started doing physical therapy there instead of at Tosh, the discussion that you guys had last year, and by the way, thank you immensely for your work in getting the financials known and under control. We can't thank you enough for that. But I heard the talk of the reduced interest in racquetball, and I thought, oh, come on. Racquetball's always been so fun and always been so well participated in. And being over there now as often as I am, it's shocking to me that just nobody plays anymore.
It's pickleball. Is that why? Is that the culprit?
I don't know. Maybe it's just because people aren't as cool nowadays. Yeah, I can't tell.
That's
So
why. Okay.
I will tell you that thanks to our accounting system where we can track by activity. There have been some athletic trends, and racquetball is not the only one. You know, softball, for instance, is not as popular as it once was. But we continue to have the largest junior jazz program of the entire state. Hockey, youth hockey, since in particular since the NHL team came to Salt Lake, has been off the charts. In fact, it's at some point we will probably have an interesting battle for ice time between figure skaters and youth hockey because of the dramatic growth. Pickleball is also grown, and so that's one of those challenges that the Rec District Board has to face is making sure that as we're doing activities, because we are both dependent on user fees and we are asking for the support and grace of the public at large in the 100,000 member district to help support these types of opportunities, that we're making sure they pencil and we're following where the public wants to go with their activities. Yeah. And we have robust discussions, as Tyson will attest, about which types of activities deserve subsidization from the public at large and which don't. And, you know, broadly, we've drawn that line at competition. Competition teams shouldn't. More recreation aspects should. Things that contribute to life, health, and safety, like swim lessons for youth, should. Keenly aware of some of the activities that help seniors stay in our community in terms of water aerobics in the pool. You know, I have learned so many things about individual recreation groups in our communities, because as we've gone through these fee increases, every group has felt some of them, and some of them have been vocal. But we've learned a lot about the groups of seniors that come and do water aerobics and the temperature of the pool and how important that is to them. So it's been a very unique and interesting experience to serve on this board, and I will make a note about racquetball.
Thank you. Any other feedback for Councilwoman Bradshaw, the Rec District?
Just that I also support the tax increase.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And now we'll turn the time over to you, Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excited tonight to come and talk about our annual financial report. So this is referred to affectionately as the ACFR, our annual comprehensive financial report. And this is a long process. We began the second week of September with the audit, and then we issued this annual financial report on November 8th. So it's a long process to go through our independent financial audit, and a lot of work goes into it. And I need to acknowledge the whole finance department and their efforts. I need to acknowledge Galen Rasmussen and David Burgoyne and their specific efforts to help make this possible, as well as every department of the city. It takes everyone to put together all of this data and summarize it in such a succinct way. So truly appreciate all those involved. So tonight I'll be presenting the financial side and giving you an update on the city's finances, and then we'll turn some time over to Marcus Arbuckle, who's a partner with Keddington and Christensen, who performed our independent audit, and he'll describe the audit itself and any findings that were associated with that. So wanted to start off with a little bit of fun, a little bit of financial trivia for fiscal year 2025. So I'm going to throw out some questions here, and most of them are multiple choice. Feel free to answer. If you do not answer, I will just provide the right answer. So in January 25, Moody's rating agency reaffirmed the city's bond rating of AAA, AA1, AA2.
AAA.
The answer is B, AA1. So AAA is a bond rating that is usually only achieved by state governments. Not even our federal government is rated as a AAA. So we are in the category that is likely the highest that we'll be able to achieve. So it's always good to have our rating agencies reaffirm that bond rating. In what month of fiscal year 25 did the city's fiber network reach substantial completion status? A, May of '25, B, August of '24, C, December of '24.
Yeah.
Okay, very astute counsel. May of '25. At June 30th, '25, how much remained for connection costs under the Utopia Fiber contract? So this would be the portion of the contract specifically tied to connecting residents to our fiber network backbone. A, 5.2 million, B, 20.1 million, or C, 7.8 million? C is correct. 7.8 million remains on that contract at June 30th. That has gone down since that point. But okay, so that's just some fun facts that also help highlight some of the financial aspects of fiscal year '25. So if we were to go high level with the city and combine all of our revenues and all of our expenses, what does that look like? So in our left pie graph, we have all of the revenues of the city, so all of our funding sources. Only 23.85% is made up of taxes. So the biggest chunk of that is sales tax at 14%, property tax is only 5%, and franchise tax is another 5%. The biggest revenue source for the city is actually charge for service revenues. Most of those are our utility revenues, so our power fees and stormwater or garbage. If we look at the citywide expense side, the business type activities, so those that are intended to cover their own costs with user fees, that makes up basically 62% of all of the expenses for the city. Governmental activities make up 38%. And then breaking that down a little further, your light and power is our biggest expense at 39%, public safety at 18%, streets at 8%, water at 8%, and so on. So just to give you an idea of where we get our money and how we spend it. So when you're talking about financial results, the main three areas of focus are your equity position. So if you take all of the assets of the city and you minus out all of the liabilities of the city, you're left with the equity position. And we call that in governmental accounting either fund balance or net position. And then that's one of the key metrics to keep your eye on as far as financial health of the city. If we're trending up in our net equity position, we're in a good financial position. If we're trending down, that's something to keep your eye on. Also, of big importance is cash and investment balances. So our cash and investment balances maintaining the level that they should with our given operations. And then finally, are we having net incomes or losses year over year? So I wanted to just briefly touch on those. So on the equity side, so if we're looking at the equity of the city, we want to make sure that we're trending up. So here is a graph of the past 13 years from 2013 up through fiscal year 2025. You can see that generally we are increasing in our net position as a city. So we are in a healthy equity position, so happy to report that. If you look at the total of just over 320 million, the question might be asked, well, what makes up that 321 million that the city has in net position? The biggest chunk are capital assets, those fixed assets that we use to operate. So buildings, equipment, machinery, the underground water lines and streets and power lines. That's what makes up the biggest chunk of our net position. Obviously, we cannot sell those. We have to use those to operate. So the unrestricted portion of our net position is about 39% of that total. So that's what we can actually use to pay off liabilities, to operate, to pay employees. That's that 39%. And then the remaining portion is just a small chunk that is restricted. It's either restricted by contract or by legal restrictions. So that's what makes up the composition of our overall net position. And again, happy to report that we're trending up and maintaining the financial status that we have. Moving on to the cash and investment balances. So if we're looking at the city as a whole and combining all cash and investments, this is the graph that plots that out. So here's the 17-year trend, and as you can see, again, we're trending up to where we're not depleting our reserves. We're continuing to focus on that pay-as-you-go mentality, where our current operations are not outpacing our funding. So if you look at fiscal year 25, we ended at 131 million in total cash and investments, and that is broken out into various departments of the city and used for various different purposes. So of that balance, 17.4 million is restricted in its use. We have to use it in specific ways. And a good chunk of that is the unspent fiber bond proceeds. So as we talked before, we still are in an agreement with Utopia to connect customers to the fiber network. And 8.9 million of that restricted cash is that unspent fiber bond proceeds. So we did have a significant decrease in our cash balance from fiscal 24 to 25, and it's a 9.4 million decrease. And the biggest chunk of that is spending on our fiber network, constructing the network and paying that out so that we can have that fiber backbone to connect customers to. So that was the biggest reason for that. Obviously, there's lots of details below that, but keeping it high level. So again, happy to report that our cash and investment balances are looking financially healthy. So then moving on to the net income or loss situation for the city. Here I'm just graphing out all of the major funds of the city and their financial results over the past, I guess that's in the 15-year range. So what we're looking for here is just, again, financial trends where we have multiple years of losses or, on the positive side, multiple years of gains, net incomes. So the only two areas that we have had negative financial trends is in the fiber fund. And in the fiber fund, we did know going into the fiber operations that we would have multiple years in this startup phase where we were going to have losses. And just because we don't have subscribers, we're building out the network, we're starting these operations, we expected significant losses there. So that's why in fiscal year 25, we had the $1.5 million loss for fiber. Golf had multiple years before the pandemic where we had net losses in our golf operations. But amazingly enough, you give a pandemic to people that forces them to stay inside and they want to get out and recreate. And our golf rounds have been up ever since then. And also the golf staff have recommended to the council, and council's been appropriate or approved those. We've had multiple rate increases as well that have helped this. So happy to report that the golf operations are looking up from where they have been in the past. Other than that, no other significant trends that I'm seeing on a net income or loss perspective. So things are looking good from that stance as well. Okay, just a few more bits of financial trivia for you. Did sales tax revenue increase or decrease in fiscal year 25? Oh, shoot. I gave you the answer. Yes, they did. They did increase. So the total sales tax revenue we collected was 12.2 million, and they did increase by 358,000 or 3% from fiscal year 24. Always a good sign to see that our economy continues to grow and that sales tax revenue comes back to the city, which is a significant funding source for us. So, did the general fund or the capital projects fund receive a larger allocation of the city's sales tax in fiscal year 25? So this would be yes or no. Any guesses? Yeah. So we had a capital fund guess. So the answer is the general fund received the larger allocation. So we used 6.7 million of that total sales tax in the general fund, as opposed to the capital projects fund, which only had 4.6 million. And as the council is well aware, we want to continue to monitor this allocation to make sure that we can continue to fund our capital projects with sales tax dollars. It's important for us to be able to maintain our infrastructure and our buildings at a certain level, and that sales tax is a crucial cog in that wheel. So that is a metric we're constantly monitoring and making sure that we're properly funding our ongoing capital needs. So how much RAP tax was generated in fiscal year 25? round guesses. Here are some options for you. 829. Okay, good memories. Yes, it was 829,000 for fiscal year 25. And that, again, it's great to see that our RAP tax continues to grow. And it is tied to the sales tax dollars. And so as long as our sales tax dollars increase, so will our RAP tax. How much road salt did the city pay for, or how much did it cost the city during the winter of 24-25? And Charles might have this off the top of his head, but here are 3 different options for you. Which one is it? B. B is a good guess, but it's incorrect. C is incorrect. A is correct. 229,000, which is one of the lighter years. If we go back to fiscal year 23, that was the highest we've had on record, and we spent 622,000 in road salt in fiscal year 23. So we'll see what kind of winter this winter brings in road salt. All right, so one of the requirements that we have in our fund balance and reserve policy that we established a few years ago is to come back to the council and report on where we ended each year. So these numbers show the minimum reserve policy amount, and then where we ended up with actual unrestricted equity. So as I talked before, the unrestricted equity is actually the equity that we could use to pay down liabilities or to continue to operate. So that's why it's such a key metric, is to make sure that we have enough of that to continue to cover our operating needs as well as our capital needs. So happy to report that almost all of our funds are exceeding the minimum reserve policy. So here we've got the general fund. It only has one reserve, which is just an operating reserve, and we exceeded that by 431,000. The capital projects fund has 2 reserves, capital and emergency reserve, and we exceeded that by 30.5 million. Moving on to the other funds, the fiber fund is our exception. As we've discussed previously, if we were to try and reserve an operating amount and a capital reserve for that fund, it would be 4.3 million. Obviously, right now, we don't have any equity in that fund as we are just a startup. So we are in a deficit position of 6.1 million there. Again, as those operations continue to develop and continue to take on more subscribership, we do anticipate this beginning to turn back to where we could start to build up those minimum reserves per our policy. And one of the exceptions in our policy does allow for this type of a fund as it's beginning, and it does stipulate that every year we come back and we look at the budget in detail. We have an annual report of where it's at financially. So we're meeting those minimum requirements of the reserve policy, even in this situation where we are in a deficit position. All of the other funds are exceeding the minimum policy, so happy to report that. And again, just the status report for fiscal year 25 on those. Okay, so that was a lot. You're probably pulling your eyes out and ready to be done, but I'm happy to answer any financial questions you have before we turn some time over to Marcus to talk about the audit.
Thank you. We're lucky to have someone like Tyson that loves these details, and it is so interesting. Any questions from the council? Okay, well, thank you so much for that, and we'd love to hear from you, the auditor.
All right, well, I'm Marcus Arbuckle with Keddington and Christensen. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to audit Bountiful City. And as, we've completed the fiscal year 25 financial statement audit. As part of an audit, we're required to report several things to governance. We consider the council and mayor to be governance. And part of your responsibility is to oversee the financial reporting process, where management is responsible for the financial statements. And an audit does not relieve governance or management of those responsibilities. And so as auditors, we plan and perform an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and then government auditing standards as well. And then we issue a few reports and opinions, and that's kind of what I wanted to go over real quick. But the main opinion, it's on page 1 of the ACFR, but we've issued a clean opinion or an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That's the best opinion we can give, but it's a clean opinion on the basic financial section, which includes the footnotes. There are a lot of other required supplemental schedules and schedules that go into this report that are not part of that opinion, but we still analyze those to make sure they're in line with those basic financial sections. But those other schedules are your MD&A schedule. There's some supplemental non-major fund schedules. There's some pension schedules. There's a statistical section, the introduction. So there's a lot that goes in there. But our main opinion, it's on that basic financial section. Another part of the audit is the review of the analysis of the internal controls. In the supplemental report that Tyson just passed out, on page 1 is our report on internal controls. For this type of audit, we don't give an opinion on the internal controls, but as in line with government auditing standards, we analyze internal controls that are directly related to the financial reporting process. And so we're looking at your cash receipting processes, your cash disbursements, your payroll, your financial close process, and just to make sure that there's separation of duties, there's no weaknesses of internal controls, and we feel that the controls in place are adequate. We're also looking to make sure that not one individual can take a transaction from start to finish. We have that separation, we have different people doing reconciliations. And so we feel the city has great internal controls related to those areas. The third report that we issue is on page 2 of that supplemental report, but this is a report on state compliance. So each year, the state auditor's office comes out with a compliance guide, and so we're required to test several areas of compliance. This year, we tested budgetary compliance, fund balance compliance. We looked at restricted taxes. We looked at the fraud risk assessment, government fees. We looked at the impact fee report, some URS compliance, and then we looked at the public treasurer's bond. And it went great. There's a lot of areas that we're testing. There's a new one this year with the fraud risk assessment that in the past, it just had to be reported to council, had to be filled out and approved by council, and then it was uploaded to the state auditor's office. But this year we had to go and check and make sure that what you reported was accurate. We had to look at the backup there, and everything was fine on that new test that had to be done. There was a couple findings and recommendations. Those are on page 5. The first one had to do with the URS. So anytime employee goes on a leave of absence, like a FLMA or a military leave, there's a form that needs to be filled out and submitted to URS. It just noted that didn't happen. But it's been corrected, and the process has been put in place to correct that. But just a note that we need to file those leave of absence forms. The second one is one the city's well aware of, but there's a deficit fund balance in the fiber fund. And the city's aware of that, but we're required to report that if there's a deficit fund balance to make sure you're aware of that. But any questions about any of those findings? Okay, and as far as the audit, we didn't have any difficulties performing the audit. There weren't any disagreements with management. There's no uncorrected misstatements. We feel the city has sound accounting policies, and they're all listed in note 1 to the financial statements. We feel that the city has a reliable accounting system. We take fraud procedures very seriously. We email and talk to employees, management. We email even board members or council members. We have meetings as auditors. We do journal entry testing, and we didn't find any instance of fraud. So overall, I mean, the audit went well. Just thank Tyson and staff. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into getting ready for an audit and getting through the audit. I mean, it's what, a 150-page ACFR. I'm not sure how many pages, but there's a lot of work. So just thank him for all that. But any questions at all on that audit?
Any questions?
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's great work, and thank you to our staff for your cooperation and help with that. We don't vote. We're not approving this. It's for our information. Thank you. Okay, good information. We'll now look at item 14 to consider approval of the purchase of two transformers. Mr. Alan Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor and Council, it's great to be here tonight with these several items that I have. The first one I have, you remember the last time I was here about a month ago when we had to purchase a 150 kVA transformer because as we gone out there and realized the needs and ones we found on the system, we did found one in stock. Like I said, I'll just point out that we needed to come back again now to get some for our future needs. So we did go out to bids to receive it, and we did get 3 different quotes. I will point out that the low bid that we did get was about $5,000 less, but it has roughly a half a year, 25 to 26 week lead time, which is why we was lucky to pick up the one transformer. So anyway, this has gone through the Power Commission and staff. This item will be purchased and placed into inventory until it's needed. So it would be the Power Commission and staff's recommendation that we approve the low bid from Western United for 2 ERNCO transformers, 150 kVA pad-mounted transformers, for the total of $30,436.
Thanks, Alan. Any comments or questions on this?
Mayor, I'd be happy to make a motion that we approve the purchase of the transformers at the stated price from ERMCO, Western United.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Item 15. Thanks, Alan.
All right, the next one we have is, I'm sure you're aware, like I say, UDOT is proposing to widen I-15 from 600 north in Salt Lake through Farmington. This project is going to affect several intersections, both 5th South, 4th North, and our line that runs along the frontage road over towards into Centerville area. The city has approved a master agreement similar to this for the city, but because of the extent and the dollar figure, they wanted to have one for the power department. So this agreement is really similar to the one the city has already approved for the city as a whole, but this one is particular for the power department. The first portion that they're looking at again is the area that would be from Pages Lane to Parish Lane along the frontage road, where they'll be putting a bridge in, widening it, and we're gonna have to move power poles. And you'll notice there was a map on there that shows what they're looking at now is moving from the west side of the frontage road to the east side of the frontage road in a couple places. This is, as you know, is a design build, so this could still change as we're working our way through it. As you've gone back through, so this agreement allows how we can work with them. They will reimburse us for all of our costs, both internal and if we hire contractors and those types of things through the master agreement and also the outside consultant. So what we're looking for in this agreement is an agreement to to approve, so the mayor can sign the, I want to make sure I read it so I get it right, the Bountiful City Power Master Agreement for the I-15 reconstruction for the Utah 05A. And then also we're looking at the outside engineering service agreement, which we'll put into that. And then, like say, following this, we'll have to agree the engineering portion that we started. I will say, as we was looking at our budget last February, we was aware that they was going to be moving forward with this. We did put like $80,000 in the budget, but you'll see that just the engineering phase is nearly twice that, or a little over twice that. And that doesn't include what we're going to have to start buying materials. This is anticipated that if we move forward with the design, the bidding process, our work would be done fall of '26, but more likely spring of 2027, prior to when UDOT will actually be working on the project. So we're starting now and it'll be done. One of the things is just point out, because we only had 80,000, we will have to open the budget more likely for this line item, because if we're spending 160,000 for engineering, poles and switches and wire is going to be something greater than that. So we could be looking at what we thought was 80,000 to get it started. We could be something 350,000, but the state would be reimbursing it if we approve these two agreements. So
What's the timeline of the state's reimbursement back to us? Like when the project's 100% done, or?
No, basically, we can bill them in stages. We don't, it's not a cash flow thing. We won't have to hold on to it till next year. As we get our bills and get them, we can pile it and submit it to them, and then they'll pay us as we go. So we have to meet the criteria that's talked in here. But like I say, it doesn't have to wait until the end. It's not we don't have to come up with 300,000, say, to do it and then give them a bill at the end. We can give them progress payments as we work our way through. So very good question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the Power Master Agreement UT-05A with UDOT, as well as the Outside Engineering Services Reimbursement Agreement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Ellen, item 16.
All right, the next one is basically the subset of the first one. As we approve the agreement, we do have to do the engineering. We have been working with ECI. In fact, we're currently working with them to design our substation, the Northwest substation. We've used them for transmission line in the past. They're a local company in Woods Cross. So we went with them, walked them, got a price to do the work for what we know so far. Again, I want to point out, is this design building, excuse me, it could change, but there's also the intersection on 5th South and 4th North that is not affected in this. This contract has been run through UDOT, and they've actually approved us spending this I get the right number, 163,700 is what ACI has given us a price to do for the work that they've identified. I fully anticipate that will be raising, depending on, I'm expected to be more than what I'm allowed to sign. So we'll be coming back with another pot of money once they finally determine what the full scope is going to be. Again, UDOT has looked at this and has accepted this proposal. All we need to know is get the approval so that we can pay the bills when they come through. And as we talked about before, when the bills come through, we'll compile what we have and submit it into UDOT on a monthly basis and get the money back. So it'd be the Power Commission staff's recommendation that we approve the ECI engineering agreement to, like I say, to be done for this project, which will be refunded. Again, pointing out, we had 80,000 total, and this is already the 163,000, so it's 83,000 over what we had budgeted, just with knowledge that we'll have money coming in, but it will show up on the books as going high. So.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move that we approve the quote from ECI for $163,700 for the UDOT I-15 reconstruction.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
All right,
Thank
appreciate
you,
that.
Alan.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. And now, Mr. Lloyd Cheney, our engineer, will turn the time over to you for number 17.
Thanks, Mayor. Since the middle of the summer, the engineering department and the water department have been anxiously watching our rehabilitation project at the Viewmont well. Of course, the goal of that project was to replace some damaged screen that was inside, that was worn out by sand that was being pulled through from the formations around the well casing. What we have learned yet again is that well work is something that demands patience and unfortunately funding in this case. We have had good progress to this point, but we have run into somewhat of a challenge at this point. So maybe I could recap the challenges that we've had. As we extract the old screens and piping out of the well, some of those became entangled and they were very difficult to get out. Our well driller didn't have quite the right set of tools to really get a hold of that stuff and pull it up out of the well itself. So we had to rent a specialized piece of equipment that actually is used by the oil industry to reach down in there and get a hold of that equipment and pull it out. It wasn't a major expense, but it was an additional expense that we weren't anticipating. Things progressed very well after that, and we were able to put in the new screen and the new gravel pack. And our contractor has progressed to a series of pumping and surging inside the well that's intended to fill the voids that are outside. And we believe those voids were created in the past as we pumped that well, and sand was able to pass through the screening and the gravel pack and then go out into the system. We don't know how big those voids are. We don't know their exact location. You know, we're talking about things that are 400 feet underground. But the current process of pulling water out of the well and then stopping and letting that big surge of water go back through and out into the formation is intended to kind of mix things up and pull that sand in towards our rehabilitated well, but create a barrier that won't allow any more sand to be transported out through our pumping system. This is a slow process, and it's required a combination of varying the amount of water that's pumped out over time, how long it's pumped out before the next, what they call a surge. And that's basically when they turn that pump off and let that column of water fall back into the well so it can be pushed out into the formation. This has taken a little longer than what we have thought it would. And we recognize that this is a very crucial point in this project, and that in order to develop the well for the capacity that we believe is there, just as I indicated in the staff report, when it was originally drilled, it yielded 1,400 gallons a minute. That's a very productive well. Right now, we're pumping about 500 to 600 gallons a minute trying to develop the well, but we're not seeing the yield that we believe is optimal. So staff has authorized our contractor to expend funds up to the limit of what's required in our procurement code, you know, before we seek additional funding to continue. We're requesting $150,000, which is equivalent to the amount of development time included in the original contract. You can imagine that at $600 an hour, you can burn through a few $1,000s every day. We are hopeful that this will be enough to get us to the point where we can move to the next step of putting the well into service. But if that's not the case, we may be back to the council to discuss where we're at and potentially other additional funding. Well work is uncertain, but we're confident, our consultants are confident that we can achieve the results that we desire, and that we'll have a good, productive well in the end. It's just unfortunate that it's very difficult to estimate the amount of time that it takes to develop this well to produce the quantity of water that we really expect. I don't know if you have any additional questions. I'll be happy to try and answer them. This probably will require the water department's budget to be amended at the end of the budget year. And obviously, if we have to seek additional funding, we would come back to the council for authorization and any subsequent actions related to that.
Thanks for that. Historically, are wells like more productive? I'm sure that Craig and the team know what the best practices are. Do you think that, I mean, I'm sure there's trends and things like Ron tells us about the aquifer, and I'm sure that they're paying attention to, why they might not have the resources that they have in the past, or do you know if, generally speaking, that's part of the issue here, or?
No, I believe it's really just a matter of spending the time and continuing this process to get what we need. I don't think it's really a question of resources to bring to this project.
When you talked about the piece of equipment that was kind of specialized that we needed to rent, do you have any sense of if that's something that we would want to invest in, given the number of wells we have, if that would be something we need, or?
No, it's a very specialized piece of equipment, and I think it would just sit on the shelf.
It was kind of a one-time.
Yeah, it was worth the rental and the shipping costs to just bring it in for a few days and then ship it back.
For the rental. What other questions do you have, Council?
I'm curious, when you were talking about the peak point when it was 1,400 gallons a minute, what are we aiming for here if we're at 500-ish right now? When will we say that's good enough, get it online?
If we could get I'm going to watch for Jerry's reaction here in the back. If we could get 1,000 gallons a minute out of that, I think we would be thrilled. Our past pumping was probably in the order of 500 to 700 gallons a minute, something like that. We just couldn't really crank that pump up because of the volume of sand that well would produce.
So, are you done?
I did have just a quick follow-up. Are we seeing this throughout all of our well infrastructure? Are we seeing like just a trend of lower production or volume than, I mean, this one has a lower volume. I understand the sand situation, but it doesn't sound like we're going to get back to that peak of 1,400.
Yeah, it's probably unlikely that we would get back to it just because we're trying to bring water through so much material that we've introduced. You know, when the well was originally drilled, it didn't have an interior screen casing and gravel pack. It was just the exterior big 16-inch well casing and a pump down in the bottom. So there wasn't as much resistance for water to enter in to the area where the pump is, and it could really produce. But now in recent years, we've introduced this additional, I'm going to call it resistance, because you have a screened section and then a gravel pack and then this perforated exterior casing that you've got to get all your water through. And that's part of the problem with the well development, is that we're trying to not only pull water through that, but when we do the surge, we're trying to push water back out through that. So it's not as effective in pushing water out into the formation to kind of bring the loose material and pack it up against the outside of the well. Will it ever be 1,400 gallons a minute? I don't think that's really likely.
But are we facing similar issues in our other wells?
You may recall earlier that we had a production issue in the Calder well, and we shut that down for a little while. I'm not aware that our Davis well or our other ones are significantly impacted at this point, but we do monitor those closely.
Does this whole technology that you've just described with the screens and the gravel, and I can't restate it all exactly, but is that for water quality or what or is it just?
It's really just to create a barrier so that
Just
you're
the
not
barrier.
pulling sand through and into the water you're trying to send out into the water system. Because it's really hard on your pumping equipment that those sand particles are abrasive and they erode the impellers on your pump. They make your pump less efficient. Of course, it can cause wear on your piping and valves and stuff throughout the system if you have a lot of sand moving around.
Thanks. What other questions do we have?
So 500 is what we can pump now without the sand. Is that correct?
At 500 gallons a minute, we're still getting a level of sand that's,
Unacceptable.
well, I would say it's on the margin.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I would move, are we ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Move that we approve the funding allocation of $150,000 for completion of the Viewmont well rehab project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a 3-minute recess and be right back to talk about the general plan.
No, I knew.
Okay, we are going to reconvene our meeting here. Item 10 that was pushed back to the end of the agenda, and it's our general plan update, Bountiful by Design. And we just want to check in with you, Councilwoman Child. Are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you for hanging with us virtually. Okay, and so we will turn the time over to our planner, Francisco Astorga, and I've asked him to just give us a kind of an overview, background, where we've been with this, and then we'll talk about next steps.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This evening I'll be presenting the draft general plan, Bountiful by Design, which is consistent with the staff report submitted for tonight's agenda item. This is page 45 on your packets. As outlined in the background section of the report, the plan serves as the city's long-range policy document, providing guidance on land use, housing, transportation, economic development, water, and other key issues that influence Bountiful's future growth and community character. Once adopted, it would replace the 2009 master plan. Utah code does require that every city have a general plan. This work began in the spring of 2022. Since that time, the city has collaborated closely with a planning consultant, a steering committee that was formulated, the planning commission, and even the city council. The draft before you today reflects approximately 3 years of technical analysis, community engagement, and policy direction. If needed, Mayor, I could expand regarding the numerous outreach opportunities that we provided to the public, as well as the city council involvement that we had regarding the work sessions that we had. I've got all those numbers here with me. But most of you attended those meetings, and most of you were aware of those. But if at any time you want me to expand on our efforts regarding public outreach, I can do so. The full draft plan was released to the public and the Planning Commission on July 30th, 2025, and has remained accessible on the city's website and the dedicated Bountiful by Design webpage. We've also provided ongoing updates that staff through social media and direct communications. All public comments, all written public comments submitted before November 18th, this would be from July 30th through November 18th, which was last week, have been compiled and included in attachment 2 of your packets.
So not only are all those public comments that were collected, not only were they submitted to us, but online, so you're just completely transparent. Every comment that we've received has been accessible to us and to the public.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank
exactly
you.
That. As summarized in the analysis section of the staff report, the Planning Commission concluded a structured review of the draft plan over 5 meetings in September and October. They started this on September 2nd, which, by the way, provided over 30 days for the Planning Commission to have the draft document, and which was the exact same time frame that the public received or had available the draft plan and the future land use map. Normally, we're required to simply publish the item 3 days prior to the public hearing. However, staff and council decided that we were always going to do more than the bare minimum regarding involving the public, including the specific public hearing. So the Planning Commission reviewed the draft vision, guiding principles, and the framework on September 2nd. That was the official public hearing that took place in this room, and it took a few hours to get that done. On September 16th, the Planning Commission focused on land use element, and at that time, they reopened the public hearing. Please note that the Planning Commission did not have to do that. They did not have to reopen the public hearing. They could have simply closed it on the 2nd and be done with it. However, the Planning Commission wanted to be transparent and wanted to hear from the public, and they reopened it on the 16th. On September 30th, so that's 3 meetings that the Planning Commission met the month of September, the city convened a special meeting that was not on the schedule as they completed their review of the land use item, directed minor updates to the future land use map and place type descriptions, and also reviewed the transportation element. And on that date as well, the public hearing was reopened. On October 7th, the commission reviewed both the moderate income housing element and the water element. And once again, the public hearing was reopened. On October 21st, the commission reviewed the economic development, existing conditions report, and the guiding principles, goals, and objectives section, completing their evaluation of all components of the draft plan, and once again, reopened the public hearing. Throughout the process, the public hearing was, I already said that was reopened. The commission provided direction on several final refinements, as we call, as staff incorporated in those revisions into the current version of the draft. All those changes that the Planning Commission decided to incorporate have been redlined in the actual document, which starts on page 54. So we do have a redline version of the actual text that the Planning Commission decided that needed to be included. Councilmember Price Hewitt, you had a question for me or a comment?
I have a question. Can we zoom out? Do you have a key? I mean, I know on our giant paper maps we had a key, but on this?
Yeah, we have a
Can
key.
you zoom out so we can see the key?
Yeah,
Okay,
no problem.
thanks.
No, I just wanted to get that ready. That's all. Thank you. Let's go. At the conclusion of their review, the Planning Commission forwarded a positive recommendation. It was a 5-0 vote, as 2 commission members were absent. However, it did constitute a quorum and a valid recommendation to the City Council regarding the general plan. Oh, my notes. In summary, Bountiful by Design is a comprehensive, community-guided, and forward-looking plan. It reflects the values expressed by residents, responds to current trends and needs, and provides a clear roadmap for policy decisions over the next decade and beyond. Before going into a quick outline of the Planning Commission recommendation, I do feel that I need to read one paragraph. And I do wish to read it word for word. It's right on page 51, which tells us, should this plan be adopted today, next month, or even next year, this would not change. And I think it's very important that we understand this. Adoption of the general plan does not enable immediate zoning changes. The general plan establishes policy direction, but implementation occurs through updates to the land use code. That's the zoning code and the zoning map. Until these regulatory documents are revised and aligned with the new place type framework, existing zoning remains in effect, and zone change applications must still be evaluated under current standards. Aligning the zoning map and the land use code with the general plan will likely require a phased, multi-year effort that includes additional public processes, legislative actions, and careful coordination to ensure consistency. Only after these updates are complete will the city be able to process rezoning requests and development proposals that fully reflect the vision, goals, and strategies of Bountiful by Design. So whenever the plan gets adopted, it's not going to open up it's not going to open any gates for a significant amount of development coming through the city, as the zoning map may be amended to reflect the version of the future land use map, but then we still need to amend the zoning code to reflect the exact same policies and discussions and items, goals, and activities that we've identified throughout this process. Does the council have any questions regarding regarding the next phase of the general plan? I don't think so.
No.
So now we're going to move on to page. Let's go to page 46. I'm not going to do any more reading, not word for word. I have a summary here where I just want to outline the Planning Commission's recommendation, and it's either divided by whether it's a change on the map, and that's what we have in front of us, or whether it's a change on the text. Instead of flipping back and forth through the Zoom meeting, I'd rather keep the map up. And once we go over that map, we can discuss it. And then once we go to the specific text, we could go ahead and turn the page if that's okay.
Sure.
And I could adjust at any time, and we could bring up the text if needed. That's not a problem here.
Okay.
Is that okay, Mayor and Council?
Yes.
So the first item is the neighborhood centers on Bountiful Boulevard. So this was not included in the land use map, and it was recommended by the Planning Commission. And I'm going to try to zoom in. This added neighborhood center nodes along Bountiful Boulevard, including at Mueller Park Road, that's about 1800 South, and clarified the foothill reservation description where limited commercial uses should occur. How does the council feel about this recommendation of the Planning Commission?
I know there were at least a few council members with concerns. Who has questions or concerns about this?
Mayor, I have some concerns about this. I feel like, with all due respect to the Planning Commission, I feel like this was a kind of a poorly placed overlay. That intersection of 1800 South and Bountiful Boulevard, the northern side of 1800 South, we have flood control retention basins, which aren't going to allow for any type of development because of Mill Creek and going under Bountiful Boulevard right there. Similar challenge on the west side of Bountiful Boulevard, the northwest corner. And then if you look on the east corners where we have the Maple Hills condo development and the other condo development on the east side of Bountiful Boulevard, those are both very steep developments. The condos sit on slopes. If they were ever to change and be some other type of use, having cars turn off into some type of a commercial use there, which is really not makes sense given the slope that those sit at as that intersection drops down in elevation. And so I really don't feel that overlay at that particular intersection of Bountiful Boulevard and 1800 South makes sense.
Thanks. Anybody else want to speak to that?
I also had some concerns about that particular area. I know that there have been some ideas up near the trailhead to put an overlay closer to the Mueller Park trailhead, and that wasn't discussed, I don't believe, at Planning Commission, but even in a less intensive use, maybe anyway, that this particular intersection seemed tricky I also felt like seemed tricky, as well as the area over by the golf course seemed tricky. And I attended that meeting and heard the rationale, but it does not make sense to me. However, I do think it makes a little more sense to have something in the neighborhood mix closer to the trailhead that would be the least intensive of the allowance for a very light touch of something commercial.
Thank you. Councilman Higginson.
As my council colleagues have indicated, even if the idea of some sort of a commercial application there might be interesting, in practicality, there's not the property there that would accommodate anything. I liked the discussion at the Planning Commission. It was well discussed. There were good ideas, but I think that I'm most comfortable removing those areas from our final version and moving forward with what we had passed along initially in regards to that area.
Thank you. Do you have thoughts, Councilman Murray?
Same. Yeah, I looked at that, and this doesn't, I don't see it with the practicality of slope and waterway, fire station, everything else that's all there. It just,
Okay. So it sounds like the majority of the council is interested in removing that.
So what I'm hearing, just to be clear, is
Sure.
removing the neighborhood center node on this intersection. That would be that this whole circle goes away.
That's what I understand. Is that right, council? Yep.
Yes, Mayor, I agree.
Thank you, Councilwoman Child.
From a process standpoint, does it make sense for us to perhaps work our way through the staff report options involving the land use map and then into the written document and along the way be giving staff direction for things we want modified and changed to sum up in a total motion, either to come tonight or in the next meeting? Or what should our process be, just so that we?
Yeah, let me tell you what I propose, and you, council, can tell me what you think. What I would like to see is we all had the general plan here to review. I would like to move through each council person and any concerns that any changes that you would suggest from what we have in front of us, and talk about those one by one, and then that can be direction that staff takes. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, we could adjust as we see fit. What I was proposing is to go through the planning commission stuff first.
Okay.
And then at the very end, once we're past those,
Mm-hmm.
then to go council member by council member. So we're a little bit more organized in that I agree with 1, 4, and 6, but not 2, 7, and 11. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So we could get head nods on every single one, but at the same time acknowledging that as a legislative body, you could add or remove or take away based on your own opinion as well.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I respect the.
do we put a time limit on it for tonight? Like if we think that it's going to go into the next one, because.
Yeah, I think that what would be important for us to accomplish tonight is that the staff has direction for what any council changes.
Okay.
And so for me, that is what is important to accomplish tonight. And so if you want to give us an overview of what the Planning Commission changes were, and then if we're able to hear from each council person, to me, I feel like that would be the most important thing for us to accomplish tonight.
Right.
And I think it's safe to say right now that we're not, I don't think we need to necessarily, I don't believe anyone feels that it's needful to vote tonight on this, but I think it's important for council members to each be able to give suggestions for changes. Does that sound agreeable? Does that sound agreeable, council?
That
Yes.
does so far. I was just presented another idea that I want to understand better.
Mayor,
Give me 1 second.
I,
We do that, and then do the other in a work session, then it's going to be legislating on the fly.
Okay. I'm going to ask, Francisco, I'm going to ask you to continue with the Planning Commission changes.
Mayor, could I make
Yes.
2 comments really
Yes,
quickly?
please.
Number one, because some folks are here that I want to thank, and I want to thank them before they leave, and that's Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Poppenfuss, that gave us very detailed feedback in emails, and I want to tell you both that I appreciate those. We read those. We read lots and lots of other emails as well, but we appreciate your engagement sincerely. And even if we don't fulfill all of your dreams in this draft revision, you've been heard and appreciated sincerely. Next
Well
to
said.
Mr.
Thank you.
Astorga and
Okay.
the Planning Department and all of the other departments that are in Planning Commission and City Council meetings. It's been a marathon, and you guys have been awesome. So thanks for guiding us through the process, for assisting us in the process and providing support and information as both bodies have discussed this. Because if it turns out okay, it's because you've led us in the right direction. And if it's a mess, Francisco, it's all your fault.
No, we've been
Okay,
at this for
forget
3
that last
years
part.
as a team, and
part.
yeah, we're all in the trenches together, so we
Indeed.
appreciate the public, we appreciate the staff.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. So I guess what I would say is we all have had a chance to look at this, and so if you want to just briefly touch on the changes that were recommended, and then we'll get to council members' suggestions.
You got it. So we'll go ahead and remove the neighborhood center from that node. I'm going to skip to the third item here.
I just want to know, are you removing it also from the golf course area?
That's exactly where I was going to go next. I believe I heard that we're going to remove it from the intersection and from the golf course. Head nods on that?
Is
Thumbs
that
up?
right, council?
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay, the other item, this is item 2. We simply expanded the neighborhood mixed residential towards the east side because we had missed it previously. We don't want to create legal nonconforming situations. We simply want to get the, Lloyd will remind me, High Point subdivision, something to that effect, to make sure that we don't slap a future single-family zoning and then we're dealing with nonconforming situations.
Indeed.
And that was the intent of the yellow. So we're done with 1, 2, and 3. You support that.
Thank you.
4, we heard loud and clear that we should remove the density range from the single-family residential. That was the one that said 5 to 7. So we did that. So we're doing great. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, clarify overlay designations. So we did that on page 24 of the plan, maybe 25, where we wrote, now we go to the plan itself, where we further indicate, we kept the word overlay, but we define what it means. And that's on page 75 of your packet. It's the red paragraph in the middle. I don't think I want to read it, but it alerts the reader that the overlay provides that site to have dual designation without a specific priority.
Yeah, I think that's good clarification.
So I got head nods on 5. Now we're going to go to 6 to add neighborhood mixed residential in north areas. Let's see, included neighborhood mixed residential west of 200 west and adjacent to I-15. Oh, that's right. We're looking at, the best example is staff report, page 47.
It was okay.
So the question
I
on
can scoot
this
that.
is,
Thank you, Kate.
this is not reflected on the large map, what is on page 47. And I do support this recommendation of the overlay in relation to this neighborhood.
Yeah, I think it is
but
reflected in that second west is right here. So we wanted, what the commission indicated, the consensus was that they wanted to capture both sides of the lots fronting second west, both on the east and the west side, to have that neighborhood mixed residential. So it is reflected in that the second line, the west line is here, and then on the bottom over there. It may be hard to read on this specific version, and my office is still playing around with the coloring and the base layer, but yeah, it is shown on here.
Francisco, can I comment on that? I believe that the properties that had drawn the attention of the Planning Commission were just on the west side of that westernmost street in that neighborhood. It didn't straddle the street and include the east properties, the ones that abut the freeway. So because of the fact that there are either large yards or there are separate lots behind large yards on that west side of the street, that had been included in that neighborhood mixed residential. So when you draw your final map, will you make sure that the street is the boundary, even though that goes against planning philosophy?
No, that's fine. That's fine. This same exhibit on page 47 was what was shown to the Planning Commission, and that's fine if you want to change the boundary. Not a problem at all.
Okay. The discussion was, though, that anything that might make sense to develop into multifamily or anything higher density than single family would be those large western lots rather than the ones on the east side of the
So,
street.
so we would, right where the panhand is, we would expand the single-family designation to reach all the way out to Second West. So if you're driving, I guess, or walking north on Second West, the right-hand side would be the neighborhood mixed residential, and the left-hand side would be single-family.
So,
That's what I'm hearing.
no, I'm sorry.
talking about
I'm
down by
talking
the
about
freeway.
abutting the freeway.
Below.
Oh, so this east boundary is okay as is?
That's okay with me.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think that was discussed at Planning Commission.
My apologies.
No worries. So if you'll go to the west side of that neighborhood, the westernmost street, I don't remember what street it is.
I see what you're saying.
It has properties that have the quarter acre depth, and then they have other lots behind them that actually abuts the freeway frontage. And that's the property that was discussed at Planning Commission as potentially being attractive to developers to maybe come in with something higher density. So but I want the street to be the boundary there and not have that designation straddle the road and make both sides of the street susceptible.
Understood.
Even though that sounds like a pejorative term.
400 West is the street.
Thank you, 400 West.
400 West, Rachel, she's helping out. Great.
So,
Is that consensus from the
okay,
council?
is that consensus from the council? Can I get thumbs up? Is that, okay, yeah, that's consensus, okay.
I sincerely think that that reflects what the Planning Commission had discussed and intended.
Councilwoman Child, does that sound okay to you?
Yes, thumbs up from here.
Okay, great. Okay, good, so thank you.
So we're going to move on to item 7.
Okay.
Preserve the neighborhood mixed residential near the rec center. So I'm just going to pan. Oh, no, we were already here. There was a discussion regarding what this area here should be. And that was more of a confirmation from the Planning Commission.
Okay, everybody okay with that?
Right where the,
Yes, 7. Okay, thank you.
we're going to move on to number 8. Packet page 48. We're going to pan to that area. We had a discussion, and I'm going to have to zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, that's where we're at. Regarding this area here, neighborhood center overlay designation on Orchard Drive. Specifically, it was this area as shown on the graphic on page 48. So the Planning Commission discussed this, and they indicated that in their recommendation, they would include the bend, if you will, into the neighborhood center overlay.
I know council members had some concerns about this, as did Councilman-elect Dan Bell, and I know that with the public, this was one of the most discussed topics, the bend at Orchard Drive. So now is now an okay time, Francisco, for us to chime in. So I'd like to hear from the council on this.
Can we ask for the city engineer? I'm curious what he thinks from a traffic perspective would happen if we removed that overlay on the bend.
So, I mean, we're talking about by Bolton, is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Bolton Elementary is right here in green.
okay,
So
thank you.
The summary of some of the comments is, the visibility at the bend right there, and that if there were multifamily projects that were built along the bend, and it might be impactful to the school kids as they were trying to get back and forth, and that there's just low visibility, particularly as you go around the curve. So any feedback or thoughts to that?
We would want to be very strategic in how we analyze the potential site, where we introduce traffic onto the street, to minimize conflicts, to maximize visibility, because there's a nexus to introducing more traffic. You could require additional improvements to be installed. Things can be addressed. It's not an ideal place, but there are solutions out there that could be implemented.
Okay, thank you
If it's,
for that.
if the overlay is removed, does it then just go to single family?
It would. It would. So I just wanted to show you, bring attention to what the neighborhood center overlay indicates. Just as you're making this decision, this is what it would support. It's talking about a walkable neighborhood nodes, low-intensity commercial services, retail, and restaurants. Some mixed use can be present with residential uses above or behind. That's good old typical mixed use. Scale with the surrounding development and generally 1 to 3 stories. This was me fixing the language simply for the overlay terminology. And then it talks about that the neighborhood center would allow scale-sensitive residential uses. Not allow, I shouldn't say allow, but as this is a place type, a future place type, it would entertain single-family duplexes, triplexes, fourplex, cottage courts, as long as it's scale appropriate. I'll call it a scale appropriate multi-unit dwellings.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems like council members had concerns about the bend.
Mayor, I'll wade into it. We discussed this at great length in multiple meetings before it went to the Planning Commission. And at the time, we moved forward with the neighborhood center overlay. I still support it, and even more so knowing that the Planning Commission also discussed it at great length. And I think for the reasons that it accommodates for truly what is already existing in that area. There already is low intensity, that light touch commercial, and there's already, and I would say that what is there it kind of does respond to this idea of scale, intensity, and existing uses that are there. And it, so I support it. I think it's an appropriate spot for this lighter touch overlay, and especially because it is where we have it is as we often call it, our major arterial traffic zone, where people are coming and going and already utilizing this space for all of these things that could potentially be integrated, not overtake, but integrated into that that small swath as time and circumstances are appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, who else would like to chime in?
I'd like to opine, if I might. I personally don't have an issue with the overlay continuing around the bend, but I've heard from enough residents that have major concerns about sight lines, introducing additional traffic on that limited visibility bend, et cetera, that I think I'd be in favor of removing that overlay just for that specific spot around the bend down past the school.
I have a question.
Sure.
So if it was removed and it was single family and someone wanted to put in a park or a club on the property east of Bolton, would they then be able to put in a request to change the zone or code to be able to accommodate that?
Well, the first thing is, if we remove the overlay, I wouldn't be able to support it based on the general plan. We would say, sorry, it's only residential uses that are scale appropriate. However, it is an advisory document. So we still would go through the motion of entertaining such application, zoning map amendment and land use code amendment, and going through the process. But my staff report would have to say the general plan does not support this.
Does that make sense? That's a good question, good answer. Thank you. And I feel like what you're asking, Matt, Councilman Murray, is if it was if it was just taken off just for a piece, right? That's what your question is?
Well,
If the overlay
the
was,
conversation's been the bend in front of the school.
Mhm.
The property that I'm using as the scenario is on the bend,
Mhm.
but it's one that I know the neighbors are trying not to get developed one way, but if someone was to come in and do something that was a park or a club or whatever it is,
Mhm.
if it's zoned as single family, then they'd have to go through the process to petition a rezoning for
Yeah.
it to happen.
That's right. Okay, what are your thoughts, Councilwoman Bradshaw?
So I agree with Councilman Higginson that seemed to be an area of high residential concern, in particular the Bend. I'm not sure where you'd cut it off, if it would be at North Canyon Drive or at 2550 South, because you do have the area that is neighborhood center around Dick's Market that I think is important that it pick back up again right there. But I do agree there. And I have one other question / suggestion for feedback, and that is if the Bend were not neighborhood center, but it were, neighborhood mixed residential or something that recognize that it is a major arterial street, but still not as intense as neighborhood center. I'd be interested in a reaction to that from staff and from colleagues.
My first reaction is, yeah, that could accomplish to introduce some of the vibrancy uses that we're looking for, exactly where I'm panning the hand. So you could extend that yellow area towards there. That is certainly a possibility. Yeah, yeah. And or when we legislate and we implement any future regulation, we could say that around the Bend, it shall meet a 20-foot front yard setback. That's not the solution. I'm just trying to get you to think that as we implement it, as we create the rules, we could say, hey, the Bend has a separate, slightly different set of rules because of proximity, because of transportation, X, Y, and Z. I'm just indicating that a place type does not equal future zoning. And just because this place type is here on the Bend, it doesn't mean that the one on the other side of town, say by the Mandarin, even though it's the same place type in the overlay, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to support the exact same zoning and or the exact same type of development.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other comments from council?
Do you want
on
to
this?
check in with Beth?
To Councilmember Bradshaw's point about the Bend, I think the Bend I think that would be a good suggestion to do on the Bend, the neighborhood mix. Because it is lower.
Yeah.
It does reduce that intensity.
Thank you. Councilwoman Child.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I also like that suggestion to lower the intensity a bit. That was it was very robust discussions about that from many neighbors, and I drove that area and could see very much what they meant. Increasing traffic there would be a concern to me, but I do like the idea of changing it to a neighborhood mix.
Does the key attributes, last bullet, low-intensity commercial services, would then support that idea?
If that club that you're talking about perhaps you're talking about specific sport, and we're getting very granular here, if it could be identified as a lower intensity commercial service.
Okay.
It would depend on traffic count, it would depend how many people come in and out. However, it's right next to a supermarket, which is very high turnover.
Well, it's far enough away.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, what other thoughts do you have specifically about the Bend on Orchard Drive, council members?
It's not specific to number 8, but later on there are suggestions about an Orchard Drive corridor study, and I think those are those were raised in particular with the bend. There definitely were concerns raised along the whole of Orchard Drive about traffic, but Bend, I think it's great that we're going to have a new landmark. We're just going to call this the Bend.
The Bend.
But the Bend was clearly an area that was specifically called out, and so reducing the intensity on that bend from a public safety and use standpoint seems to me the feedback we were hearing.
It would be interesting to see if in that traffic study, a proposal was presented that could help with the traffic and maybe open up the conversation of doing an overlay in the future.
So council, would it be worth your time if we, as we think about item 8, the bend, if we mix it with item 12, the future Orchard Drive corridor study? In that's not just the bend, that's more than just the bend, but it would certainly include it. Mayor, would you like us to focus on that, or should we just do this one first and then come back to the study?
It is related. Just before we do, though, Councilman Higginson, I wanted to get your thoughts on Councilwoman Bradshaw's thoughts about downzoning there.
I'm more comfortable with that, yes.
Could I just ask, are we talking specifically about the bend right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And could we get a little bit granular then about the bend, what we mean? Because some people will say the bend is the whole road, and then some will say the bend is 2 blocks. And I think even a really great project that, well, anyway, I just think there have been some projects that have come before council fairly recently and through Planning Commission that would be really consistent with this overlay as it's the neighborhood center overlay right now, that are not necessarily in the bend. And now I'm just going to call it the elbow because it seems a little bit more. I mean, what is everyone wanting to say is the bend? Because
Yeah, Councilwoman Bradshaw alluded to, it's a little tricky to define, but are 2550?
I would say at the northernmost extreme end, it's probably North Canyon Road, the intersection of North Canyon Road and Orchard.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's probably an argument that it's also the next road going southbound, which would be 2550 south. And to me, the bend stops at the intersection of Orchard and 200 West, where
Agreed.
you've rejoined 2600 South. So to me, that's how I would define the bend.
I would agree with that. I think that it's important. However, if you picture yourself on North Canyon coming to Orchard, there's a property directly across the street from that that's contiguous with most of that empty land towards the supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
It would need to be included in that commercial designation, I think. But to me, North Canyon to 200 West on Orchard would be considered the bend for me.
Okay, so you're defining the bend as?
See, I think that goes a little too far, because I think what we're thinking about and what we're envisioning here is a future where, like, the development that occurs is going to go through all of our processes and all of our procedures, and it will be good development, good development that adds to this sector, and that, you know, is, again, pretty low intensity, even if it's neighborhood center or neighborhood mix. So and as you kind of are in this area, the road where the light is, North Canyon Road, that's a good, take out the 200 West. I mean, there's a lot of road access coming in and out of this area by what we're calling the bend. Actually, it doesn't look that extreme there when you pull it up. It's more like a gentle curve.
Yeah, it's a combination of corner and elevation change, I think, that gives folks the feeling that its sight lines are problematic.
Francisco, can you go into street view just
Thank you.
south of North Canyon Road?
Because my eyes
So
are
you're
getting
looking
tired looking at
south.
the street view.
Happy to do that. There's some lag between what
Can
I
you go
do
to a
and,
satellite view?
I could switch it to
give me a second. Through Zoom is a little bit difficult. There's your,
Okay, there's the beginning of the bend.
What's around the orchard bend?
Okay, so what I see right there
choppy when I move.
is, if we're identifying this as the beginning of the bend, looks,
It's North Canyon. Is it? No, that's not.
No, that's the 2550.
That's 2150. Yep.
Yeah.
that's helpful to see, thank you. Okay,
I think there's an argument to be made.
I think the thing that's trickiest with the sight line there is the large wall,
Yeah, so
not
that's
as much the bend.
that's a non-conforming structure. I believe this was a result when the county expanded the right-of-way. I think that's what I was told one time, long time ago.
okay, so in terms of looking at this, it looks like we have, Councilwoman Price-Hewish would like to keep the overlay. It looks like a majority of the rest of you would like to downsize the overlay. What other direction do we have or questions do we have?
Well, so I don't know if there was consensus on whether on the north end, the bend starts at 2550 or North Canyon. I don't know.
That's 2550 right there, right, Francisco?
Yeah, I don't know that I personally have super strong feelings. It's one street or the other.
Yeah.
But it's.
This one right here is 2550.
I think it seems like a good place. Do the rest of you agree, 2550?
I think it's a great place.
To remove the overlay or do the mix?
To
Whatever
downgrade
area
to the
we're
mix.
talking about, it's bounded by 2550 and 200 west. That is
And-
the gentle elbow region.
So is what, I just want to be clear, what the mayor is saying is the consensus is that would still have an overlay, but the mix instead of neighborhood center. I just want to be clear because it matters. And
So-
it is something that we've already discussed a lot.
Yeah, so Councilman Higginson, Councilman Murray, Councilwoman Bradshaw, Councilwoman Child, what do you think is the appropriate overlay for 2550 south to 200 west?
My first choice would be to remove the overlay completely between 2550 and 200. That's my first choice. I'm sorry. My first choice, Mayor, would be to remove the overlay completely from 2550 to 200. But I would have a second choice if there aren't council members to make a majority of that opinion.
I like the idea that what was just mentioned of doing the neighborhood mix residential and an overlay on top of that.
Okay, Councilwoman Bradshaw?
So I'm in favor, I guess I'll do them in order. I'm in favor of downgrading it to neighborhood mix. If there weren't enough votes for that, but there were to just remove an overlay entirely from the bend section, I'd be comfortable with that.
Your first choice is having it be
Neighborhood mix.
neighborhood mix. Okay, Councilwoman Child?
Yeah, I think my first choice is neighborhood mix, just to leave options open for the future.
Okay. So it sounds to me like the majority of the council would prefer neighborhood mix overlay there on that.
Can we ask for a a reminder of what neighborhood mix includes. Does it include any commercial?
Yeah.
It does. It does include very light commercial, and I believe even some mixed use. Don't take my word for it. Let's take a look at it real quick.
Thank you.
If that's
So
the case,
that's
I'd be,
page 80 of the general plan.
thank you.
Thanks.
I believe when we were talking about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the many meetings when we've talked about this in the past, neighborhood mix, one of the things that was used as an example of a good, well, neighborhood mix is that little center on Orchard and 1500 South, that small,
It was a dentist.
I thought that was
Yeah.
neighborhood commercial.
well, but it was used in this as an example of what this could look like, I think. That's like a low intensity? Is
Yeah,
that what we're
it's-
calling as a low intensity?
Yep, it's up on the screen right here in the gray sentence. Small scale, low intensity mixed use is at prominent intersections of major roads that creates walkable destinations for surrounding residents. So it's a very light touch of mixed use compared to neighborhood center.
Okay, and I just want to confirm that for Councilwoman Bradshaw, Councilwoman Child, and Councilman Murray, this is your first choice for the bend.
And then,
Is that right, Councilwoman Child?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it looks like we have a majority of what you would like to see there for the bend, and we have defined the bend as 2550 south to 200 west. So do you have direction there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions before we move on to the next? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 9, add single-family residential near 2600 South. This was this neighborhood over here, which, by the way, we sent Amber Corbridge to walk the entire neighborhood as recommended by the Planning Commission, as they deferred that exact boundary a little bit to come from staff, and this was it, as drafted on the plan, to include this as more of a, not more of a, but to designate a single family.
Okay. Any questions there?
No, that was a great move,
Thank you.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Okay.
So that's
Moving
two.
on.
We're moving on? Okay.
I just want to state for the record that I stand by what we proposed in the first place, which was that this would be part of that more flexible area with the neighborhood. Gosh, all these terms are now just swimming around in our brain, but
So
the neighborhood mix and
You preferred how it was before.
I preferred how it was before, before the Planning Commission carved out this small little area. And it's not because I don't value single-family housing or single-family homes. I value them, and they're a super important part of our mix in our community, but already over something like 80%, and it's in the report, and you would probably have, someone probably has this right on the tip of their brain, of the housing in Bountiful is already single-family homes.
Yeah.
And this designation, the neighborhood mixed residential, which we had initially recommended and put before the Planning Commission, I think just allows a little more flexibility for some of those appropriately scaled, appropriately numbered, and going through all of the processes and procedures to make sure that we don't overburden neighborhoods with a high density, but this is not a high density designation, the neighborhood mix. And so I just want to say, I think that our recommendation, our first draft on this and recommendation before the Planning Commission was a good recommendation, and I stand by it because
You liked the original?
I do.
Yeah.
I
Okay. What about the rest of you?
In principle, man, I'm in love with that idea. It's a great idea. The problem is these properties are 100% developed, small lot brick homes, a neighborhood unto itself. There's never going to be anything there in any of our lifetimes or our kids' lifetimes besides those brick homes on small lots, very well cared for. And I just don't know. I don't know why we wouldn't recognize that it is what it is. And despite the fact that we love the other idea, as we talked about on 18th South and Bountiful Boulevard, the idea is great, but in practicality, it's already done. So.
Okay. Councilman Murray, I just want to get you're good with it. Councilwoman Bradshaw is good with it. Councilwoman Child?
Good with it.
Okay. Let's move to the next item.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on, we're going to go to page 76 of your packet. Should be page 23. And I think I have the wrong document here. This was added language regarding giving the city additional tools regarding future PUDs, and what Richard and I came up with, a gives and gets exercise, where we allow flexibility to a developer if community amenities are submitted. I don't know what that is, but it gives me the tool to be able to, through a legislative process, not necessarily negotiate, but create a clear path of these amenities get you these items. Is that about right, Mr. Higginson?
That is correct, with the caveat that you start doing yoga and get way more flexible.
I can't touch my toes, so
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I want to pull it up.
I've always understood that to get the most potential gives and gets, it would require a development agreement.
Sure.
So how do we leverage a PUD? Because I've never understood that we could leverage a PUD in the same way you could a development agreement.
It's an
I'm all for gives and gets. I just.
The challenge that we had with our PUD ordinance is that it provided all the flexibility to the developer, and it didn't give the city much. It just allowed that developer to have narrow private roads and or additional uses, while it didn't give us any tools to provide some quality development for the city. And we're not going to get overly prescriptive into, this type of roof pitch or design elements, but we need some tools in our tool belt so we can have a discussion. And I do apologize, I'm having a hard time pulling up the plan for some reason here, just to show you the exact language. Here it is, finally, it came through.
So can I ask a question while you're pulling
Here it
that
is.
up?
Here it is.
I like this because it goes to the point of what I was trying to say about
Flexibility.
that flexibility and the neighborhood that we just were referencing. And this is great language, and talks about having that flexibility. And I think clearly at the end of the day, what we're all thinking about is quality of life, and being able to have, like you said, the mechanisms or the tools in our toolbox to allow for that type of housing or framework that people can, start a young family here, come as a single professional, a young family, age through life, and age in place. And so I love the idea of flexibility, because I want to see all the stages and phases here in our city be able to remain. But I don't see where this controlled flexibility, where are we sliding that into? We're not sliding that into, that doesn't seem like that's going to be allowed in the single-family residential. Where is this language most applicable?
We discussed it with the Planning Commission, and it was specifically with a neighborhood mix or above. In that, you're right, the single-family designation says single-family dwellings and ADUs. That's it.
So is this like, are you
So-
envisioning like this is a cottage court kind of thing when you're
Sure,
saying a PUD?
absolutely, absolutely.
But this is a non-exhaustive list because
Correct.
it's only saying PUDs.
Correct. So it follows the pattern of our mixed-use code. Whenever in the city current code, we change it to mixed use, they have to come in with a development plan. We provide flexibility, and yet we get a little bit of say as far as the use, the product, everything else. We're just trying to take, for example, that tool and incorporate it into other uses. Why not have a cottage court designation where we do a cottage court development plan? I'm not doing mixed use, but yet I'm saying we have a shared amenity, and yet the density might get bumped because now we have a shared yard that they have. I'm just throwing something out real quick. So it allows us that the legislative body treats a development as it comes in through the legislative process where it only takes care of that specific project, just like the mixed-use code, without giving that exact same right to another property owner where it may not fit. Does that make sense?
So we had a PUD today. Let's pretend.
Oh, yeah.
Let's pretend that was coming in a year when we've got this updated and all of the appropriate underlying.
Great
zoning
question.
done. So what might have changed if that was a PUD in a mixed-use zone?
It wouldn't
in a year
change.
from now?
In that scenario, it wouldn't change anything. In that, in the planning world, we use the term PUD for this flexibility. In the platting, the way that you plat a unit, they also use the term PUD. They're not necessarily the same. It's just a type of ownership. We call those a PUD plat. So that's exactly what you approved earlier today. We weren't providing any flexibility whatsoever. It fit the code.
Yeah.
There was no flexibility, and unfortunately, the platting world uses a PUD term, but so do we in planning. To have that, it's a PUD, it's a master plan development, it's a development plan. I guess we could not use the word PUD, but imply that it's a gives and gets exercise.
Sure.
In that it's a little confusing, but no flexibility was provided whatsoever to the Brighton Homes development.
Yeah.
It was just the way that you plat it for future ownership.
Well, then if it's a term of art like that, should we include it in this controlled flexibility?
It says, or similar mechanisms, and this is, again, advisory. We would have to have some explanations in our future zoning code. I would be comfortable leaving it, but we can remove it.
Well,
Not an issue.
Council, I like having a mechanism for some flexibility. Council, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Okay, I've got a thumbs up.
This would be available as a tool in every designation above single family. Is that right? Yeah.
Okay.
So to be clear, there would be no gives and gets in the single-family zoning, which is, we've actually, okay, so.
Right. This recommendation came from the Planning Commission, and it was specifically addressing neighborhood mixed residential. And it went through, Richard, it went through commercial corridor. But as I drafted it, I said, and I'm not trying to sneak anything on you, why not downtown, why not commercial, in that it's another tool in the toolbox.
Indeed.
Okay.
I think
that
that
make
should
sense?
be, I think that should be further clarified in this. I mean, just,
You think it should be defined that these are the types of zones in which this would be?
or the land use types.
So
Right, because it doesn't seem to be tying back to any other language or part. It's,
Sure, the open space place type is pretty apparent what it is. A single family, it says right there, single family and ADUs. As we are seeing that this is not going to get approved tonight, which is fine, we could add a note that this only applies to single mixed residential and above.
Does that seem?
That's not a problem whatsoever.
Okay. I have some thumbs up for that. And okay, you okay with that, Councilwoman Child?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Good. Good suggestion. Okay, let's move on.
not happy with this suggestion. I just like clarity.
Yeah. Clarity is
Not
helpful.
happy with it.
Yeah, sure. But good, yeah, good suggestion. Okay, moving on.
Number 11.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Does anyone need any more chocolate cinnamon bears?
Oh, thank you. That's important. We've got a taker over there. Yeah, thank you. He's offering to anyone, so chocolate cinnamon bears right there.
Chocolate cinnamon bears?
Okay, thank you. The next item, which number are we on now?
11, we're number 11.
Okay.
So we're moving on from the land use element to the transportation.
Okay.
And this was somewhat spearheaded by Commission Member Lynn Jacobs as the chair of the commission and a transportation engineer. So this is the language that I incorporated. And this was his exact term. While not all roads need to be designed for all users, the overall road network must accommodate all users, emphasizing a layered networks approach rather than a strict complete streets requirement for every corridor. Commission Member Jacobs was much more articulate in the way that he expanded on this, but I do believe that we caught exactly what the Planning Commission wanted to incorporate here. And the reason why I called it, I changed strategy to framework, and that I didn't want to confuse anyone with the later objectives, goals, policies. So I thought that framework was a more appropriate term, and everything else, I was just tidying up the language. It's just minor changes here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Higginson, anything else that I missed on that from the commission?
No.
Okay. Council, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone, okay, I'm getting yes.
Yes.
Okay. 12.
Now we're going to go to page 80. Thank you. This is the Orchard Drive Corridor Study.
Mayor,
Yes.
as we're on our way to page 80, could we stop off at page 78 momentarily? And in the key attributes section of the Foothill Residential designation, bullet point 3 should probably be stricken now, as we have removed that from the, that overlay from the map.
Thank you. Francisco,
Could you see that on 78?
I don't. I just barely pulled it up. I apologize.
okay.
It's where it says now, low impact
25.
commercial. Oh, sorry.
I'm
Page
sorry.
25.
Oh, you're going to make me go back.
78 of the packet. Don't go back. Don't go back. Let's just go to 80.
I'm already there.
Okay.
Okay, so on 25,
Third bullet point.
Yes.
Where it's been revised. Should we just strike that third bullet point now?
Okay. Council, what do you think? There's a yes. There's a yes. You okay with that, Councilwoman Child?
Could I just make a comment on that?
Yes.
Recently, we approved a land use change for the property owner of the cemetery. And I think that was a good example of where something like this, as we know, this is not changing zoning, it's just serving as a guiding document. That, I mean, I'm not necessarily in favor of taking it off of a key attribute, because we do have some very low impact commercial services in limited, I think, low impact and limited. And so I think I would favor just leaving it in, because it's not changing the zoning, but it's saying that could be conceived of in the future.
It could be a possible,
And is consistent with something that we've done, that we've approved a plan not long ago.
yeah.
Isn't it in the one you're talking about, isn't it in the single-family zone?
It is in the single family.
That's true.
It's on the
Okay,
west side of
that's
the
true.
boulevard.
Okay.
I don't think we
Well,
have any foothill.
So,
But again, okay, but even to that point, I'll just say, I think it still is pretty limiting. I mean, the language is limiting, low impact, limited key space, key place, and just, again, allows for that flexibility of idea in the future. It's not allowing for it. The zoning isn't changing, but allows for that concept that if it were in the appropriate place, the appropriate type of commercial use in
Yeah.
a very limited capacity, scaled. Just, I can see where at some point something could be appropriate
Yeah, I hear you.
as it made its way through all of the channels.
Yeah. Okay, other council members, are the majority of you still in favor of striking that?
So I'll just state my concern, the Foothill Residential Zone, since it's on our furthest eastern boundary. And it was the concern I expressed with the additions to the cemetery, is to reach it, you have to drive all the way through the city. So to me, we've concentrated a lot of our commercial uses near our major transportation corridor so that we're not driving traffic up through neighborhoods. Last week I had a neighbor who is frustrated that with the closure of the Salt Lake Temple, driving more traffic to the Bountiful Temple. Google Maps, for some reason, doesn't send people up 1800 or up 4th North. It directs them up 5th, then to 3rd South, then to Vineyard, through streets that we didn't really ever intend to be
high traffic.
To be high traffic, to be those major corridors. And so to put a commercial use on that eastern edge where we really didn't intend to drive traffic all the way through to a commercial use is a concern to me. We do, in single-family neighborhood, we do have few and low-intensity commercial services in that. So if you could find an opportunity, it's on the west side of that, but the Foothill Residential Zone is the east side of Bountiful Boulevard, and then those limited neighborhoods that branch off of east of Bountiful Boulevard. And I just don't know that we ever intended there to be a lot of traffic going to commercial use in those areas.
It does, it doesn't say that there could never be commercial. Just because we don't list it as an attribute.
Yeah, I think that's just why the words are good, because it
Yeah.
would be low impact, limited key place, maybe where traffic is already congregating.
Yeah. Other council members, are you still interested in striking that phrase?
If our Foothill description wanted to include finding more trailhead parking, that I think would be really great.
What do we want to do here, council? Key attributes. What do you think? Councilman Murray, Councilman Higginson, Councilwoman Child.
I'm happy to have it stricken. I'm not passionate about it. That'd be my first choice, is to strike that.
I'm not as passionate about it, but I'm okay to leave it as option for future, like with single family.
Okay.
Single family.
Okay. Councilwoman Bradshaw?
I would be just as happy to strike it as keep it, but I just don't see, I think that we have a greater need to find, to do trailhead parking in that zone than we do to have commercial services in that zone.
Councilwoman Child?
I think I would like to strike it. I'm primarily thinking about the remaining land up in our Foothill Residential, which a lot of it's by my neighborhood. And I think I'd really like to protect that for single family if possible.
Okay, it sounds like there's a interest in striking it. Okay, so we'll move to the next. So we were on page 80, right, with Lynn Jacobs.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Sure.
We skipped from page 49 up to page 80, and we haven't gone through all of these planning commission
We are going through them point by point, and we're on Lynn Jacobs are we on point 13 now?
We're on 12.
12, sorry. We're going through them point by point.
We're going through them in the order of the staff
Right.
report.
So, all right, I just thought we were going to maybe return to the number 12, but
Okay,
we're
yes,
not.
no, we are on 12, you're right, sorry, my mistake.
And I had a question. It was just percolating slowly in my mind because I am major league jet lagged right now. And it's late, but it returns to point 11. And I had a question for my colleagues and everybody just about this, emphasizing the layered networks approach over strict complete streets. I don't see anywhere in here that mentions active transportation. And I would really hope that in this point that we would include active transportation, that the layered networks approach would prioritize an accessible route for active transportation users. Because I understand where it says accommodate all users, but active transportation is a specific thing. It is a specific term of bikers, walkers, who are utilizing the roads. I think I just would like to add additional language to this, that the priority would be put on roads that are accessible to active transportation users, because if we just have layered networks that are, I'm just curious, Francisco, Richard, who you went on this, or you were in these meetings, I think it's important to call out active transportation, because it is something that we talked about as a group a lot, that we were going to really make active transportation a discussion and a priority point when we were doing the.
Francisco, can it be something that we adopt as part of, was it Monday's meetings that we went to, that they had the active was that yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah. The active transportation map.
That is one of the strategies that Council Member Price Hewish is indicating. And I do recall that we had this exact same conversation a while back, in that Council Member Price Hewish is right in that it doesn't say active transportation, yet it is defined through Goal 3, Action 1, and even the overall guiding principle, with complete networks for pedestrians, bicycle, transits, and vehicles. I mean, that's how many people, even me, would define active transportation. So what I think Councilmember Price Hewish is saying is that she'd like to see the term active transportation incorporated in somewhere in the guiding principle, goal, or action.
Which, if we could, then I think that would give us an ability to branch off to the active transportation map that's in development.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and that's one of our priorities or key features for our Healthy Utah designation, is going through that, so.
Yeah, and I think it is really spelled out here that it is a guiding principle.
To this point, though, we have talked about this many times, and I feel like we have agreed that we would include the active transportation language, yet it continues to not be included. I like that we have the description, but can we put active transportation in this? Because it is the term of art that is used in the planning world and in the transportation world, and it's utilized. I mean, I feel like it is something that could even open us up for more opportunities for granting in the future, or
so where specifically would you like to see it?
Because I don't think it was in the draft that went to the Planning Commission.
No, it wasn't, and it wasn't.
We did discuss it.
We
Yeah,
did
many times.
discuss it, No, we did discuss it through one of the work sessions. It just didn't pick up any traction from the rest of members to add the actual term active transportation because the rest of council members felt that it was already included the way that it was defined. So it would be, I remember this conversation very well. So what Cecily is saying, does the rest of council support adding the term active transportation somewhere? Is that correct?
So I guess I have a question. So goal 1, action 2, second sentence, complete streets are designed to facilitate safe, comfortable, and efficient travel for all modes of transportation. Do you want to change all modes of transportation to active transportation in, sorry, Francisco, I meant goal 1, action 2. Because to me, we have said active transportation there, we just haven't said it, but if you wanted to change all modes to be
All modes transportations and then parentheses.
active
and then put
transportation,
active transportation.
then that's where it goes.
Do you, if we put that in parentheses there to really make it clear, does that meet what you're hoping for?
Francisco, I think Kate was on goal 1, action item 2.
Yeah, that's right. Goal 1, action item 2.
Top of the page rather than.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's after 10 o'clock.
No, it's
Yeah,
not that.
it's action item 2, last sentence in action item 2.
Oh, there it
You
is.
could just change efficient, the last part, efficient travel for all modes and just say for active transportation. To me, it says it, but if my colleague wants the words to be more specific right there, that's, I think, a good spot to stick it.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Lynn Jacobs professional quote denotes the same thing without using the same words.
Right.
And if those words would get us more traction on things in the future, by all means, let's use those words.
So, Councilwoman Price Hewish, does that sound good to add active there as opposed to all modes?
I'm not sure if this is the best, most appropriate place for it, but yes, let's put it there.
Okay. Thank you. And you can continue to review. Councilmember Price Hewish, continue to review it. See if there's a place where you think it's more appropriate.
Before we vote on the final draft.
Okay. Item 12.
Yeah, my apologies. It is not page 80, it is page 77, which we're already on, which is action 2.
Page
Study
77.
the Orchard Drive corridor to evaluate future land use compatibility, circulation needs, safety improvements, multimodal transportation options, corridor beautification opportunities, et cetera. These were all key terms that were part of the Lynn Jacobs recommendation.
Okay.
Richard,
Everybody,
did I get those right?
Yeah,
everybody in agreement on that one?
absolutely.
I did wonder if we wanted to put, we call out some, I'm sorry, because we do call out other studies that we've been part of, and we are currently part of the South Davis Greenway study, and which is going to be, hopefully, I mean, the idea is it's going to be identifying these continuous paths, the continuous corridors, Greenway corridor study. And so it does seem like here would be a good point to maybe talk about that corridor between, identifying corridors that connect
So I think that this
between the cities.
This item is really specific to Orchard Drive. And so I think that if we talk about the Greenway, I think that's fine, but I think this one is specifically calling out that we need to study Orchard Drive.
Would it make sense to add an action item 3 that calls out the importance or the prioritization of the Greenway
Yes.
for active transportation?
I think that is really appropriate. I like that.
And I think it's important that there are different action items because as the council representative on that, the corridor being identified is not Orchard. at this point. It's still in study and public, it hasn't yet even gone for a public comment, but it's less likely to be Orchard because of the way it connects to our neighbors. So I think the Orchard one is really important, the Orchard Drive corridor study, because we heard that so robustly from residents, and the planning commission heard that. So I think it's important that we don't dilute action item 2, that we show the emphasis on Orchard, and then 3 can be the Greenway study that is I think also going to be a cool project.
Yeah, we are involved in it, and it's a regional project that we're working towards, so it's good.
My quick question is, I believe it could go under 3, under goal, action 3, goal 3, or it could go under goal 1. So, but either way, it's regarding the Greenway feasibility.
I think goal 1.
Goal 1, because you just put action transportation, so then that ties into the green.
Okay.
Okay, so, item 12.
Let's give him just a sec.
To think, you want to?
Just so that you had time to put it where you wanted it and also fix the typo. Action. I'm just helping you for later.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Transient.
Okay.
I like the transient way. Corridor.
So I don't think we want to write it here and now.
That's fine.
You'll let me write it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
we'll
you.
let you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
And the last item, I'm sorry, item 13,
Yeah.
which was regarding water stewardship and conservation language. This is, let's go to page 51 first.
51 of the plan, not of the packet.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, it's right here.
Mayor, could I make another thank you? Thanks to Mr. Mortensen, who's also still here, for his information and detailed emails about our water situation. Thank you, Ron.
So we're on our.
Absolutely.
We're on our water
Tell him I
element.
said that.
It's actually page 50. As we went back to our city staff members from Public Works Engineering, Water Department, and this was specific language that was recommended that we add to our current draft. So it's there's a section under existing resources where it was a little bit more specific than what it was before, specifically talking about the irrigation and culinary use. Any issues with this language under existing resources?
Can you just tell us what page this is?
Plan 50,
Okay.
top 50. I wrote 51, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. So this language was added, and I know that there was questions about, okay, we are obligated to follow any state
mandates.
guidelines or mandates
Regarding reporting and
regarding reporting.
the next
May I
edit.
ask a question here about the water?
Sure.
If are we moving on? Because I have a question. To the point of Ron Mortensen's recommendations and his thorough and continuous driving focus onto this issue, one thing that he made a recommendation multiple times was the aquifer study when we have development. And so I have a question for staff. We have not included that, and I don't know if we've considered that, if considered the aquifer study, if that is something that is, can anyone just speak to that point? Because if it makes sense, then, or if there are prohibiting factors, then I'd like to know why we could or couldn't or wouldn't
I think
utilize that.
requiring an aquifer study for any new development would be a pretty big, it'd just be a policy change that I would liken more to the changes we're going to make with zoning. I'm not sure that it's important to have, I'm not sure it's even appropriate to have that specific of a process in a guiding principle document. I think that's what we're trying to point out is the guiding principles are we need to take care of our groundwater resources along with all of our other resources. But that specific thing probably needs to come later.
Thanks, I appreciate that because it does address it.
Can I respond as well? I think that study needs to be done. I didn't push the issue of getting language in anywhere because of the fact that I think, given the multi-jurisdictional nature of the aquifer, I don't know that it's appropriate for us to be requiring individual developers to do something that likely the state should be doing. And I don't know what the cost of it would be either. Lloyd, any idea what an aquifer study costs?
Nope, I have no idea.
Yeah, so back in my college days, I was at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and the Oglala Aquifer, which runs from Colorado to southwest Missouri, and the entire stretch was dropping, and we were participants in studies on that. But these were federal programs that were multi-million-dollar studies. So that's my only experience with an aquifer study. So I didn't push this because I don't know that it's feasible to require developers to do it. And I think that the state ought to be doing it if the state's so interested in water. Let me say one other thing too. The state's hyper-focus on getting the lake level up, if you've looked at the pictures that Ron sent, or if you've looked online at all about saltwater intrusion, the state focusing on getting the lake level up is actually going to drive saltwater further into our aquifer if we don't have the ability to recharge from our side by pushing water into our aquifer from either stream runoff or from Weber Basin water or some other method of injecting that water on our side. So that balance between the salt water and our pure water aquifer is going to be overwhelmed if the state just continues to focus on filling the lake and not allowing us to focus on recharging our aquifer. So there's a whole bunch of talk that probably means nothing, but that's why I didn't push language in here, is because I don't think it's a developer issue. I think it's a state issue. And I think we should be putting pressure up to the state to get a study done and find out the real condition of our aquifer. And I think I only have 3 more times using the word aquifer to hit my mandated 500 for the day. So aquifer, aquifer, aquifer. There, got it.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Any other questions on this point?
Thanks.
Okay, so now we have talked about all of the recommendations, right?
That is it.
Okay, so with if it's okay with you, Francisco, what I would like to do is just go through each council person now and anything that we have not addressed that's in the general plan that you would like addressed specifically. So I'm going to start with Councilman Higginson. Would you mind?
Mayor, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Council, I would like to plead one more time for you to take any and all overlay other designation than single family off of 400 North and leave 400 North the only beautiful, mostly residential avenue into our city.
From where to where?
From the end of the current commercial where plates and pallets is, all the way to the mountain, with the exception of the blocks of the downtown zone.
Okay, council, what are your thoughts?
Wait, are we discussing
Yeah,
this as
let's
an
discuss.
actual
Mhm.
point right now?
Yeah. We are.
Or is this just Richard lodging a complaint?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
We will discuss.
I thought the mayor asked for lingering issues that we wanted to bring up.
Yes.
Okay.
Council members.
So I think I was the one that suggested this. I don't feel super strongly about it. If others wanted to take it off, with the exception of the downtown zone, I wouldn't stand in the way of doing so.
I hear Councilmember Higginson's point. However, I think that the reality of what is existing there right now really goes up to Main Street. And so there is commercial in many different, iterations going basically to Main Street on 4th North. And I think up to this point, it has been a pretty light touch, and that is what community commercial overlay would continue to consider as, I think, is that light touch. Because it doesn't really just end at the Plates and Pallets strip mall. It continues up. So I would be more enthused about removing the overlay between Main Street and Orchard. I think that truly, yes, Richard, is completely residential, and that beautiful tree canopy that goes up the middle of the road there, which is so but we do have quite a bit of commercial all the way between the freeway and so what we're looking at is, I want to make sure, because they're both crosshatched, transit ready versus community commercial.
Our city planner was just pointing that out to me. I think we had intended it to be a commercial corridor, and it does show now that it's transit ready, but
No,
it was
I'm
lower.
sorry. It was the other way around. It was a higher designation, and then it was then debated to become transit ready.
Okay, so it's transit ready from
From 5th West to 4th East.
4th East, okay. Okay,
And what Councilmember Higginson is indicating is to simply remove that overlay from all of 4th North. Is that correct?
That is correct.
okay.
Less commercial there than I think folks believe. More residential than there.
There's commercial across from the park.
From Main on down, though, from Main West, there's the medical office, all that.
Hair salon.
Fizz, we've got.
And that's downtown.
That whole area.
The Ash Hair Salon
Mm-hmm.
downtown.
Mm-hmm. It's right here on the corner, right there. That's
Yeah.
downtown.
I think going from Main East I would remove it from Main East. But allowing it up to Main, I think, retaining it up to Main would allow for, I think, some, even of the existing commercial, which, is, some of it is a little bit weary and may, in the next 20, 25 years, be ready for an infusion of revitalization. And if we have the overlay, it allows for that flexibility.
It seems like there's some commercial just below Orchard.
There's not any just below Orchard until you get closer to the downtown zone. There's like a midwife clinic.
Yeah, there's
and
like a
dental
dentist
But
office.
until you get to
On the corner.
200 East, there really isn't, it's all residential.
Yeah, I think that stretch between Main and Orchard is pretty residential. And I would support removing that section of it, but leaving the other section.
Okay. So it sounds like there's a majority that is fine with removing it from Main and East. Is that, you're okay with that? Okay. So the majority of the council is saying there's a consensus to remove it from Main and eastward. Yeah. Any other last concerns for you, Richard? Councilman Higginson?
I have no other issues that are real items.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Murray?
At this time of night, the only one I'd say is on page 88 downtown, or 35, if you're on the packet. When you compare the wording on page 35 to the dots on 37, we need to fill in the circles for downtown, residential detached, and residential attached.
So the unfilled dots, it's calling it a supporting land use. Still allowed, but it's not a primary for down.
Because it's in the wording on page 35 that downtown has attached dwellings, may include detached residential, but on the circles, we don't have detached and attached circled.
Okay, everybody okay with that change? Looks like we have consensus there.
Yes.
Anything else that you would like to see or request, Councilman Murray?
Nope.
Okay.
Hello.
Councilwoman Child, is there any requests that you have? Any changes that you would like to request?
I had a question about the mortuary reception center that we discussed before.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to have a designation up there for that, or since it was an exception, can we just leave it as it is, single family?
What's your take on that, Francisco?
Good question.
Single family does include few and low-intensity commercial services as a bullet point.
That's
the
what
last
allowed
bullet
us to
point.
have the conversation, was that.
That's where I was going to go.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Good question.
Bradshaw.
Good question. Any other requests that you have, Councilwoman Child?
I think we just ought to do a really careful edit of the whole thing for typos and grammar and things. But other than that, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price Hewish.
Okay. Can you return to me? All of my notes
Yes.
are on my phone.
Yes.
And they're really hard
Absolutely, sure. Councilwoman Bradshaw.
Sure. On page 126 of the plan, or 179 of the packet, on the internet and broadband section, the last section says that our projected completion is the third quarter of 2026. Since we're complete, I would propose that we can strike the last line in that paragraph entirely.
Not a problem.
It's page 126 of the draft general plan and 179 of the overall packet.
Updating the fiber completion date. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other requests? Councilwoman Bradshaw.
I would love for my colleagues to consider entertaining the neighborhood immediately east of the downtown zone as single family. I don't know that you all are going to, since we've discussed that one multiple times, but
Talking about this area right here?
yep, that area. One I felt passionately about during our 22 work sessions, and still feel is a really unique neighborhood that I would leave in the single family
I know.
There are a number of multifamily, two-family and multifamily buildings in that area, but I'd be happy to grandfather all of those in and make the rest single-family.
I remember some of the discussion from Planning Commission talking about that there are a lot of existing multifamily right there.
Every street has 3 or 4.
So it seems to kind of fit the character of what they were, that designation.
I would leave it how we designated it because we did talk about it at great length, and it does have it has a big mix, and that has not interfered with any of our ability to think how special and unique and treasured that neighborhood is. It's so I would hope that we would just leave it as we previously discussed.
It's adjacent to a little higher density. It does kind of reflect what's there. So, but any other thoughts?
Well, I agree. I think it is a good mix. And I think that's why designating it as single family, except for the existing multifamily, would preserve it as a nice mix.
Yeah, Richard, if one of these existing structures becomes a little, I'm going to use the word because I feel weary, becomes a little weary, and the homeowner wants to rebuild in the same way that they've had it before, then they will no longer be able to do that. Their hands would be tied to rebuild in a way that is only single family. And whereas they may have purchased in a duplex or a fourplex or a little cottage court, and all of these things exist there, and they're all copacetic and getting along and having this, just that mix of housing types, I think is what adds to the beauty. And I think what we risk when we carve out little things like a little puzzle piece here and a little puzzle piece there is we're saying, we want you guys to freeze in time. And yet we're not, Bountiful is not a chunk of amber. We're part of a very vibrant and evolving Wasatch Front that is, just growing and developing. And one thing that I get very concerned about is we talk a lot about these younger people. We want younger people to be able to live here, move here, maybe have an opportunity to buy into a duplex or a PUD or a condo or something that makes more sense for how they think nowadays and what they want nowadays, what they can afford. But also, I worry about people who want to age in place here where they've lived, and having a single family home no longer makes sense for them. And they want to age here in our town. And I think I'm really concerned that freezing our, something that is already super vibrant and has a lot of mix and a lot of opportunity for a lot of types of incomes and people and housing and family sizes, we're going to say, no, we want to create a vision that actually didn't even exist in the first place, but something that we wish did, and it prices out aging people and young people, and we ruin the vibrancy in the mix.
Thank you. I agree. I feel like it doesn't preclude anyone from being single family in that area, but it allows people that already have a duplex or a triplex to continue with as the home ages or whatever it is. But other council members, if you want to chime in.
I'm fine with it.
You're okay with it?
I'm
As
okay with it.
way Kate recommended.
Okay. Council Member Child?
I'm okay with it as it is.
Okay. Okay. Any other requests that you had, Member Bradshaw?
That is it.
Okay. Councilwoman Price Hewish.
All right, I know I have more than this, but in all honesty, it's really hard to access my notes. I hope this is not the last and final, but I am concerned about our designation in the hospital zone. The intensity of that use. Community, commercial, and I'm just going to try and get to that page.
Would you like to see the?
Yeah, if Francisco could just pop over to the community commercial. Oh, here it is. Okay. So commercial, in the description of community commercial is commercial street frontage along major roads, mitigated by careful placement of big box development. It mentions big box development twice, later on again, and these are high sales tax remitters. That just does not seem like what our vision of the hospital zone is. It seems like the hospital zone, it would be more appropriate for a mid or a low intensity use because it is primarily not commercial, it's primarily office spaces, primarily hospital uses, and I have grave concerns about the community commercial land use designation for that area.
Thank you. What do you think, Council? Do you think that this is the right fit for the hospital zone?
So I shared some real concerns and feel like the hospital zone is a very special designation. I felt like when we talked about it in the 22 work sessions that we had great consensus about the hospital zone being a particular type of subzone to the community commercial zone. At least that's how I remember our planner explaining it to me and to us, that there would be in the next phase a kind of a subzone applied that would ensure that the hospital zone wasn't intended for big box retail and things like that, that there would be some type of a subzone we would apply that would focus on those things that are particularly compatible with the hospital zone. I think protecting and keeping a neighborhood hospital is important. The hospital is a significant employer. Having medical offices near the hospital has a symbiotic relationship with our ability to keep that a vibrant hospital. Hospitals are no longer built far from the I-15 corridor, so it's a very unique feature, and it does nestle up against a single-family neighborhood. So if I have misunderstood what would happen in the subzone that would accompany this, then I'm completely with my colleague that this is the wrong designation and the wrong place for the hospital zone to sit inside.
Would you mind responding to that?
Absolutely. This is why we wrote it the way we wrote it, to capture exactly what Councilmember Bradshaw just indicated. We added the language, multiple zoning designations, specific neighborhood character. And we went out and said, such as the hospital, we downgraded it. We called it the hospital neighborhood. So it was exactly to try to capture what Councilmember Bradshaw just indicated.
So
I'm on the same page as she is. That's what I get from reading this, but.
So when you look at the community commercial mid-level intensity, I I mean, we could see, it says retail, it says, I mean, we could see restaurants, right? I mean, to me, that seems like that could be a compatible type of addition.
I don't know that restaurants and retail are necessarily compatible with the hospital zone. Offices are very compatible.
Okay.
Right, in that we're not getting too granular with the hospital neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that's why we kept the vague statement, depending on specific neighborhood character.
Could you start that, could you re-wordsmith that paragraph to start with hospital neighborhood, like you did community commercial at the top, but hospital neighborhood designation, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm just going to emphasize hospital neighborhood.
Yes.
So why are we just not designating this as a separate land use as the hospital neighborhood? Because I think in the future, people could come back, future councils, future planning commissions could come back and say, well, sure, but it's not really designated. There is a hospital here. There's also we know there are big holes up there just where buildings used to be, been demolished, and there's some unproductive property up there that people are probably just waiting to see what can we do there.
Yeah, so.
And so when I see that it could include multiple zoning designations, I see that, but I don't see how that is necessarily
The best.
protected from this type of big box development or something that is not really compatible with the area.
Gary, did you have something to add?
Maybe a suggestion. I think everybody's interest is the same, which is to protect the nature of the hospital neighborhood. And short of creating a new place type just for that, maybe the best solution is to be more specific in here. For example, we could say in that second paragraph, this place type may include multiple zoning designations depending on specific neighborhood characters, such as the hospital neighborhood, in which retail or restaurant would be inappropriate. Some qualifying language that explains, by way of example, that there are uses that in that subzone which we wouldn't want to have in the hospital zone.
So
the only
just-
other solution is to create a new place type, which you could do, but the point of the place types is
General.
to be a general area, not a very specific small area.
Exactly.
So
If we
that's
add
why
a little
end
bit
up
of
this way.
definition language or things that we wouldn't want to get more clarity. But I mean, what you're suggesting right there is in direct conflict with, in the first sentence, when it says description, it says commercial uses which serve Bountiful residents, including limited office and services, retail, and restaurants. So up above, Francisco,
No, I follow.
the paragraph
Right.
above, it says retail and restaurants right there. So, I mean, we can just take that out. We can just,
No,
You have to keep
You have to keep that in.
Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to point out is that the second paragraph says that within that zone, within that place type, there might be zones that are less intensive in use, that might not include all of the things such as retail and restaurants.
okay.
If there's 5 levers of this zone,
Right.
a sub area may only include 2 or 3.
Okay.
And I would suggest that housing density in the hospital zone doesn't make sense. It nestles against a neighborhood, a single-family neighborhood. So to undermine that, and I think that would undermine keeping the compatible things that keep the hospital vibrant. I think office space makes a ton of sense. I think services make sense as compatible for that subzone. I don't believe that necessarily retail, restaurants, or housing are things that keep that zone vibrant and keep that employer a significant contributor to our community.
Okay, yeah.
So if-
It
if-
sounds like council, is that consensus that we all have the same interests? We want the
Amen.
hospital zone to be compatible.
Yeah, and
Thank
I'm
you.
not as worried
Yes.
about light commercial or even restaurants, but that big box development, that is really,
Yeah,
a
that
real
would
heavy
not be
hand there.
compatible. So that's a good thing that Francisco can spell out would not be compatible there. So that's a great suggestion. What other suggestions do you have?
While she's looking at her next thing, Francisco, I feel strongly, and if my colleagues agree, I would like to include it, that the things that are not compatible in the hospital neighborhood type are also, because on the backside of page 33, we have residential integrated above or behind commercial uses. Yeah, mixed use, that would be not compatible. Because you'd be sticking that in the middle of a single-family zone. Because the hospital zone is surrounded by single-family.
I follow. This place type does not, let me read it real quick. It doesn't include residential. So,
Limited residential use.
Oh, it does?
Integrated above or behind, it's the second to last bullet point.
gotcha. I'm sorry, we're talking about community commercial?
Yeah, because that's where the community commercial, yeah,
Oh.
backside. Keep going, right there, see second to last bullet point.
That's interesting. That could be an oversight on my end because the description here does not mention any residential uses here. Let me
Would
take a,
assisted living be considered residential?
no.
Okay.
Good question. Yeah.
I get those occasionally.
You know what? I think we need to take this out.
Okay.
Council member
Council
Bradshaw?
okay with that?
Yep.
Yes.
in the commercial, community commercial.
Correct.
Yeah. So saying that it's not compatible there makes sense.
Or we could just add it to hospital. I mean, that's okay too.
Yeah.
Either way, to me, the key is that I wouldn't want someone to backdoor in a mixed-use development in an area where otherwise that neighborhood is accepting the commercial use but not accepting
Understood.
residential density.
Yeah. Okay. Councilwoman Price Hewish.
I only have one other thing that I want to mention tonight, and this is on page 103 or page 50 of the draft, where it states in existing resources that, I think we got this wrong, where it says Utah's 2021 Water Resources Plan projects supply will exceed demand. I wish that were the case. There's not a scenario where we think water supply is going to exceed demand, is there?
Today.
I mean,
Not 103.
yeah, so I think,
Do you think that word needs to be use
I think-
will exceed demand?
Or you think that it's the other way around,
well,
demand?
I just don't think there's a.
Did I mix the
don't-
two?
Yeah,
Did
I think it was just a mix up, but
I do remember trying to make that sentence better, so I think I just crossed them, so apologies.
Good catch.
that,
I had a question on this picture. Is it legal to skateboard on Main Street?
No.
Okay.
Good question.
Because that picture, the young man's skateboarding down Main Street.
So you got
He could be just standing on it. Yeah.
Councilwoman Price Hewish's, you got her change, supply.
Yeah, I haven't noted it, but I'll get it right now. You can move on to the next one.
Okay, so that's it for tonight, Councilwoman Price Hewish? Okay, all right, so we will not be voting on this tonight. We are just collecting your suggestions.
Need a motion?
Yeah, well, any other comments before we are done here tonight.
Not unless the word adjourn is in it.
Okay.
I was just wondering, we need a motion to continue this
continue.
item to our next meeting on December 9th.
Yes.
Okay.
If so, that was a motion. If we don't need a motion, then it's not a motion.
Okay, it's been moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we will continue that item, and now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good
Good
night.
night, everybody.
Good
Sleep well.
night, Beth.
Sorry,
Thank
Beth.
you.
See you soon.
That's right.